Hello, everyone. Why? Oh my gosh, what is this? What is going on? There we go. Wait, where is my... Oh my god. Why is my reactive not working? This one? Huh. Weird. Where'd my reactive go? One sec. That's very weird. Okay. This hasn't happened before. Huh. Yeah, my reactive is not working. That is unfortunate. But hi, everyone. I'm invisible right now, and I'm trying to figure out how to not be invisible. Because I'm a lazy VTuber who has 2 PNGs and uses Fugitech Reactive. LOL. Let's see here. Why isn't this working? It's never had a problem before. Oh my god. Wait, am I just dumb? Am I dumb? No, that's not helping. It's not. Weird. Oh, sorry, is my mic low? Let me get a little closer to it. In fact, let me turn up the sensitivity a little bit so I stay in yellow but not hitting red. Okay. Okay. I am very confused. Why? Why no work? Reactive. Huh. Let's try this. Why? Wait, what? Oh, what? It's not working. They're not working in Fugi either? This is so weird. Why is my Fugi dead? No. 4K. Oh, wait, I'm fucking stupid. Never mind. Ignore me. I'm so dumb. Hey, look, it works now because I'm... Oh yeah, it's my joint sound. Hi guys, I'm an idiot. I wasn't in a Discord voice call, so my reactive wasn't up. I am such a great streamer who is very good at what they do. Haha. Yes, I stream very good. But hi everyone, good to see you. Today is gonna be a relatively short stream. I kind of just want to finalize the variety of, like, meta sets, at least for EFR based blademaster weapons. I haven't touched ranged because ranged is a lot different, and I don't play any ranged currently, so it's one of the things that I lower on my list, and there's also just less of them compared to melee. And I'm not covering like proper meta elemental sets. I have some burst sets that work well with elemental, but I cannot guarantee that they are truly meta and like maximize and optimize, because I can only do that if I know the exact raw physical damage motion values as well as the elemental modifiers on every single attack that weapon uses in their primary damage rotations. Like for dual blades, I need to know how much damage your triple triangle slash, your spin into round slash dice, your demon dance, and then your 5 demon dance of demon dance, stop, stand swap, stand swap, stand swap, stand swap, etc., etc. Oh, one sec. I have a call. Give me 1 second. Okay, sorry, I am back. A friend of mine needed something that is made of polyurethane and circular shaped, and it seemed like it was important to get that because, you know, safe practices and all of that. Anyway, wait, why am I being coy? It's not like I'm like, why am I being coy? I'm a trash panda. They need to borrow condoms. Anyway, yeah. So what the fuck was I talking about? Yeah. So basically, we're gonna be covering like your generic EFR meta sets. This is gonna work for like not like 80-70% of weapons. It's basically what gives you the biggest quote unquote, I guess, physical damage number. And I do have some burst sets that work well for elemental, but I can't guarantee that those are going to be like the most optimal elemental sets because those ones don't. How does one borrow one? Okay, yeah, fair. That I'm giving it to them, not borrowing. But yeah, because in order for me to calculate elemental weapons like accurately and be like 100% sure this is the highest possible damage requires me to know the motion values, so physical damage, and the elemental modifier, so elemental damage, of every single attack that they use in the primary damage rotations. And as far as I know, there isn't a reliable source of accurate updated numbers for that. So until there is, I don't have the time to test it myself. That kind of testing takes a lot of time and a lot of like you need a lot of different samples to confirm there isn't any issues with the rounding. Because there definitely can be issues with that. I know that the overlay mod can separate them, well, like your raw and your elemental damage, but I don't know how much I can trust its measures. So yeah, I have some general sets that will work well and what I run on my dual blades, but I can't guarantee that they are like the best of the best, right? I can't say that they're fully optimized yet because I haven't been able to calculate the damage properly. With raw EFR weapons, it's the same because it's just you take your EFR. But as you know, EFR is effective raw, so it's basically like your raw with your critical stats included and your sharpness stats included, right? And it gives you a final number, and that's the number that when you hit a thing, the motion value or like the amount, like the percentage that attack deals will be multiplied by your effective raw and that's how much damage you deal. And yeah, there can be motion values over 100. I think if I remember correctly, TCS's at least used to be 241 MV, True Charge Slash for Greatsword. So you would take, let's say you have an effective roll of 450, you would take that times it by 241, and that times it by 2.41, or 241%, and that's how much damage your TCS does. Then also you account for the hit zone of the monster, which is like, for a head's like, say, it's a 60 hit zone, so 60% of that is the number you see on screen. That might have been a little too rapid and mathy, but the point is, if you're not worrying about elemental, bigger EFR equal bigger number, because it's the stats that the game takes into account when determining how hard you hit a thing with the same attack on the same body part, etc. So yeah. That being said, I was planning on doing the stream a lot earlier, but then I had to do a lot of testing on things because I realized that what had been quoted to me as some of the values and things were not correct. So I had to do some retesting. I'm gonna have to adjust a lot of these sets based on the new testing. TLDR, like, main thing being that antivirus. I was told that first off with the Gore set, I was told that Frenzy had some raw adjustments. It does not, and I checked in Hunt too, because the training area can be buggy sometimes. And also there can be bugs where it doesn't display the value correctly in your status. So I went into an actual hunt and beat up a Chadacabra like 3 times to see if like the Frenzy virus was giving me more damage or not, and it was not. So, but Frenzy does give you affinity when you cure it. When you have Frenzy, you hit things enough, you cure it, and then for a full minute, you get 15% more affinity. Which is significant, because if you have good uptime, you can keep Frenzy up, like, around 70-80% of the time. But it does require you to play aggressive and, like, fit in as many attacks as you can in that 1 minute. So it is definitely, like, the quote-unquote, like, meta option. It's the way to deal the most damage, but it requires your playstyle to be very aggressive and to keep frequent damage uptime, as well as be willing to deal with the fact that the Frenzy virus makes you take more damage before you cure it. So it's definitely the riskiest, most skill-based playstyle. But it is you are rewarded for that skill with significantly better damage numbers. Because the other thing it does is it lets you run antivirus 3. In game, it says antivirus 3. You know what? Let me just hop into the smithy over here so we can actually just like look at the skills at the same time instead of me just yapping. But right now, I just want to talk about a few handful of just like set building basics, because you're gonna see a lot of patterns coming through with like the various sets that are coming, that are about to come. Okay, so like this one. Okay, so this one. So yeah. For those of you who don't know, two-piece Gore, it's always going to be either Gore Coil, so Gore Waist and Legs, or Gore Legs and Head, depending on the set. Gore Waist and Legs is always more efficient. However, Gore Head can give you extra evade window in exchange for some efficiency. And in a way that you can't normally slot in deco-wise. So that's for like a comfort thing where you can lose like in some of them it's like a single point of like weakness exploit or agitator or something, and then you'll get like 2 evade window or like an evade window out of it or something like that, right? So that is something to consider, because for some people they would like it's a decent trade-off. Like it's not like you're trading directly 1-to-1, right? You're getting like extra slots or for comfort skills like level 1 slots, or you're getting extra evade window, things like that, which I think is important to point out because they do require completely different armor pieces than just like swapping out this jewel for like an evade window jewel, right? Like there are more efficient ways to do it if you swap armor pieces, so I think it's important to also conclude those. But yeah, two-piece Gore basically gives you Frenzy Virus when you find a monster, and you'll take more damage while you have Frenzy Virus. Once you hit it enough times, you will get a minute of Frenzy Cure. And during a minute of Frenzy Cure, you have 15% extra affinity. Now, there's also the other benefit though is that it lets you slot in antivirus. And antivirus gives you even more affinity when you cure Frenzy, and it's a level 1 armor deco slot. That's the big thing, is that it gives you a lot of affinity while it's also a level 1 deco, because it's, you know, you can get those much more easily than level 2 or level 3 deco slots. So it's very slot efficient. It says that it gives you 50% affinity. It also gives you increased recovery rate, so like you heal red health faster, I think, or you heal more from... I don't really know that part, I haven't tested it, but you heal better in some way. I'm really only concerned with the affinity personally. It says that it gives you 15% affinity. It actually only gives you 10% currently, and that's definitely a bug. And I don't know if it's like incorrect... if it's like an incorrect number on the skill, or if the skill is bugged. It's one of the two. So right now, I'm only assuming if you have Gore 2 and you have antivirus, you're getting 25% affinity. I'm fairly confident it's supposed to be 15%, so it should be 30% affinity, but right now, in-game, it's 25% between the two of them. And yeah, and because it's so much more efficient to run the Gore pieces, you lose a little bit of slot efficiency, but you get 25% of affinity out of it with, like, if you play really aggressively and fit in a lot of damage during that 1 minute window every... Like, you can pop Frenzy in, like, 20 to 30 seconds if you're aggressive enough. So, like, probably, like, 20 seconds, honestly. If you're like, aren't as, like, aggressive, it might take you, like, up to a minute, though. At which point, the Gore pieces kind of fall off a bit. But even then, if it's only 50% uptime, that's still 12.5 affinity, which is still a lot, but you're better off not running Gore if you're not willing to play very aggressively. But the Gore is the most meta, the two-piece Gore sets are the most meta sets because they get the highest damage potential, but you have to play around them. You have to be willing to take more damage during your Frenzy build-up area, and you have to be willing to, like, very aggressively fit as much damage as you can in that 1 minute window when it happens. But yeah, that's kind of like, there are going to be basically 3 styles of, like, meta builds, and this is part of what I really enjoy about Monster Hunter Wilds specifically. Like, this is the best skill system I've ever seen in the series. In fact, it's one of the best skill systems I've seen just in general in games. Like, I really love what they've done with the formula. Because the big two differences from, like, especially Monster Hunter World, because this is kind of the proper sequel to it. Like, Monster Hunter Rise was in between, but, like, the console versus handheld games have always been kind of separate series in Monster Hunter. So, Monster Hunter World, you ran, like, the same meta set for, like, 80% of weapons. Because there were just some skills that were so efficient, you literally are just wasting damage not running them. Like, it was pretty much crit boost 3, weakness exploit 3, and then stack affinity, attack boost 4, later in mass strength, like attack boost 7. Like, it was basically everyone ran these things regardless of much of anything else or playstyle, because they just made you do bigger number, and they were pretty universal skills. Now they have nerfed all of those generically good kind of universal skills, and instead tied the really efficient skills to conditionals. Which means that if you want to get the most damage out, you want to do this set that gives you more damage, you have to be willing to play to the playstyle that it is attached to. Like, I just mentioned the whole Gore thing, where you will be able to get these, like, good uptime, 25% extra affinity for a whole minute, for like very little slot, like losing very little other skills for it, but you have to be willing to, in that 1 minute, be very aggressive, fit as much damage in as possible as you can, because after it's gone, you're gonna have to deal with the frenzy virus, making you hurt more again and building it back up. And that's why you'll see speedrunners exclusively run 2-piece Gore, because that's what they do. They pop, they cure the frenzy really fast by hitting the thing really fast, and then they just squeeze a shitload of damage into that 1 minute. In my personal experience, I generally would say I have about like 70 to maybe on some good hunts, maybe 80% frenzy cure uptime. But I'm also not like speedrunning or speedrunner level. Even if I do, like, I have a lot of friends and have spent a lot of my time in the series analyzing speedruns and talking with them to figure out how they optimize things. So I just find it really interesting. Anyway, that's a tangent. I'm yapping. Another thing to keep in mind with EFR builds is that, like I said, there are a lot of conditional skills, because, like, weakness exploit got nerfed into the ground. It is still very good, but it's so much worse than it used to be that, like, there are more important things to take in a lot of cases. And also, there is an issue, which is I'm gonna have to adjust in some of these sets. There is an issue where with Gore, 2-piece Gore, and also if you choose to use Corruption Mantle, you can very easily overcap on affinity. So that is also an issue, but we'll talk about that. Another thing to keep in mind, even though it got nerfed really hard, Crit Boost 3 is still basic, generic, like, for the most part, it's the best it's like the best level 3 and level 2 slot you can put into your weapon. Like, outside of, like, weapon-specific things. Even though it got nerfed a lot, it's still just a very efficient skill. Because it gets better the more raw and the more affinity you have, and the breakpoint, if I remember correctly in this game, is about 35% affinity, is when, like, Crit Boost is better than slot and then Crit Eye. At least that's the number I got quoted. I haven't calculated myself, but point is, you should have a good amount of affinity above the breakpoint where you would sub in Crit Eye, and then for my own personal, like, EFR calcs, for various builds, Crit Eye is also always better than Attack 3. Attack 3 is just not very good. Attack Boost is kind of gimped in this game, especially because you have things like Counter-Strike, which gives you 25 raw attack. And by the way, guys, when I say, if you're not familiar with, like, set building or theory crafting in this series, raw attack is the attack we get, you see on the right side, that is unbloated. So it's going to be 25 added to this number on the right-hand side, right? If you guys didn't know, because it's a thing that people don't really know unless they, like, look at, like, you know, sets or guides or talk to theory crafters or people who are in, like, those kinds of communities. But when you start the game, if you don't turn off this option, let's see, where is it? It starts with this, display with coefficients, which gives each weapon, like, a quote-unquote, like, a fake, basically, multiplier to your raw attack to make, like, bigger weapons seem like they have a bigger attack number, right? But they don't actually. Everything has the same base attack, like non-multiplied by a coefficient. In Monster Hunter series, we call them bloat values. Yeah, we call them bloat values. So basically, like, I think like GS is like an 8.4 or something. I don't recall all the bloat values right now, but GS is like an 8.4, so that's like 250. Like, if I had like 250 actual raw attack, we just call it raw in like Monster Hunter theory crafting stuff, then that would be multiplied by 8.4 to get the number it shows you on screen when you play a greatsword. And by default, this is on, so you can go to the third page of the first setting and options and change it to without coefficient, and you'll actually be able to like accurately assess what your build looks like, especially when comparing them across weapons. Like, if I were to just turn that off real quick, or like turn on bloat values real quick, you'll see that I now have 720 attack, because it's multiplied by, it starts with like a 4-point something, it's like a 3-point something, I remember. I don't really remember about the bloat values that much because you can just turn them off, so they don't really matter in this game. But if I turn it off, we can see I actually have 200 raw. So yeah, that's like what, 3.6? 3.6 bloat value, roughly. Yeah, 3.6. So you can see I actually only have 200 raw attack. But yeah, so just an important thing to know if you're not familiar with it. Alright, let's talk real quick about just some last basics of sets before actually just running through them. So, another thing to keep in mind, and you'll see this as a pattern in the builds in general. Every build, every set, in Monster Hunter we call them sets, but I've also done theory crafting in Genshin and a bunch of other games since I was like the Monster Hunter math guy way back in the day. So I've got kind of used to using both terms. Every single set should have one level of burst 1. Unless you're like Greatsword. Like, if you can keep burst active by simply hitting things enough, which means you hit them 5 times and it triggers the max value, and then you just hit the thing every 3 seconds. If you can manage that, you should always want one level of burst. Because so burst at 1 level, it says on first hit, gain a small temporary attack and element boosts, replaced by a larger boost at the first hit. This is actually a lot more than a small amount. For all of the melee weapons, except for Hunting Horn and except for GS, which honestly those two might not even be good candidates for burst, because you can do multi-hits with Hunting Horn, but it requires you to use like echo, bubble, circle stuff and everything. They all get 8 raw attack from 1 level of burst. But then it only goes up by 2 each time until the last level, so level 5 only gives you 18 raw, which is still a good amount, but it's not that slot efficient anymore because burst is level 3 deco. But 1 level just gives you 8 raw attack. And to give you an idea of how much that is, that's 1 more than attack boost 3 gives you, which is this like same amount of slot efficiency but on weapons. It's a lot of free, very cheap raw. It's basically the best universal outside of like a few slow hitting weapons. The best like universal, just one slot you should always put into your build, basically. And it gets even better with elements. It's not really worth it to get extra levels from what I've like glanced with calcs. To get more than level 1 on just like non-elemental weapons. On elemental weapons, it gives you a good amount of elemental boost too, though. So it's definitely likely it's better to get 5 on elemental weapons. That's what I run the assumption of when building my elemental sets. But like I said, in order to calculate it, I would need to know elemental coefficients and motion values, and we just don't have those numbers, and I don't have the time to test them. Yeah, burst 1 will do. Okay, so one thing I recommend, let me actually just pull it up real quick. I believe if I didn't fuck up royally, the description to this stream / VOD should have a link to him. But goddamn it. Let's see here. Lord Vietner. So this is another Monster Hunter theory crafter, who was very active during Rise, as I remember. I think he did some world stuff, but the theory crafting scene in worlds was really small. There were not a lot of people actually like properly computing and like putting out meta sets like we were back then. But now the theory crafting scene's grown a lot because in general, like English theory crafting scene has grown a lot because of games like Genshin and things like that, and those kind of transferring into other games. But yeah, so oh hey, look, it's the deco farm we did. Although I actually figured out, I wish I could have made a video on it, but I didn't have the time. But I did figure out how to make this well over 1,000 decos an hour. But there are some weird bugs you have to learn how to get around in order to do that. But if you don't know, like this relic or this deco farming method is like spamming gathering nightflower pollen, and then you trade it. But I figured out little tweaks that let you hit like well over 1,000 decos worth an hour by basically getting it to work to start in morning, so you have just a whole day to farm it when you actually hit the full moon, blah blah blah. But it's getting patched. They're patching it on Monday, I believe. They said after the weekend. We don't know how they're gonna patch it. So if you have done this or you want to do this, like, do it this weekend. I don't know how good Vietna's guide is it on it. I mean, we did it on stream, but it's not exactly condensed. It's a several-hour stream. But the stream does have a link to the original Reddit post, which the one thing I'll say is if you follow the Reddit post, or maybe even Vietna's, I don't know if he talks about this, if you follow any of those guides, if you run into an issue where something isn't working, like the moon cycle won't change, it's not spawning, even though it should be like full moon and everything, close your game and restart it. Every single time I've run into an issue, that has fixed it. If that doesn't fix it, I don't really know what to tell you otherwise. Anyway, where is Viet? Let me just check it out. Go to his channel. So this is like, so real quick, link is in the description, but we're just gonna do this. Gonna post this in to the chat. Everyone, go click on this link in the chat, and then go give a subscribe to Lord Vietner, and then if you watch any of his videos, make sure you thumbs them up, because he puts out a lot of stuff. I haven't really seen his builds or his sets, so I don't know, I can't necessarily vouch for those, but he does a lot of testing, and that's a lot of what I've learned from him, and like he saved me a lot of time by testing things. Like he has this video which talks about all the bug skills, because there's a lot of them. He has one, and like the main one that I use for information for building my sets is, oh my god, where is it? He's been putting out a lot of videos, so it's pretty far back now. No, this one's good for explaining like how EFR stuff and works and stuff. If you want to get into that, because I'm not gonna just re-explain it like 5 times. What the fuck? It's the one where he tested like all of the new skills, and I can't find it for some reason. Am I blind? Oh, here, right here. 8 days ago, new skills explained. So he went through and he tested all of the new skills and gave values, and that's where I got the burst numbers. I also tested them in game afterwards, but like he has burst numbers in here that
bow will gain the same.
Also, throw a thumbs up on this video too, chat. You can do it. It'll take you 10 seconds. I can sit here for 10 seconds while you do that. Well, yeah. First skill data, right here. So, as we can see, raw attack and elemental bonus. The outliers for melee are GS and Hunting Horn, and those aren't really necessarily good candidates for burst anyway. Level 1, 8 raw across the board. Level 5, 18, 10, 12, 15. Like, it's not super... It doesn't scale super well. However, elemental at level 1, it gives you 60... then 80, 100, 120, 140. And that means that both your physical raw damage and your elemental damage are getting scaled by the same skill, so it becomes a lot more efficient. Again, I haven't calculated it, so I can't guarantee that it is the most efficient, but it seems very likely to be. Because the calculations require like 15 times as much testing as like the regular just raw physical whatever builds. But yeah. He goes through like most of like the new skills and set bonuses and stuff, and explains his testing on them. Definitely recommend giving it a watch. You'll learn a lot. And he also put out one more recently, for like the bug skills and stuff like that. And his deco farm guide is probably good. I haven't watched it, but I assume that he did enough testing to like get things roughly good. And I don't really have the time to put out a new, like an actual like guide or short about it, but like it goes away on Monday, so do it while you can. Also, link to his channel is in the description, so like definitely go check him out, give him a sub, like his videos, check out his videos, all of that. I haven't looked at his sets and builds and stuff, so I can't say anything about those, but all of the content I have watched of his has been fantastic and very well tested. Okay. That's enough shilling. So, that's why we run one level of burst on basically every weapon outside of like Hunting Horn and GS. Assuming you can keep it up. All the other weapons can keep up burst pretty easily, but if you are like a really like patient player who only hits the monster like a few times every like 5-10 seconds or whatnot, and not really committing to combos or anything like that, then you might not be able to get much use out of burst on like the slower hitting weapons. But most weapons this will work on if you play, like, at least slightly aggressively. And 8 raw attack is a lot. Other thing, and then I think I mentioned about critical boost stuff. Oh, shoot. I think I mentioned about critical boost stuff earlier, if I remember correctly. But basically, critical boost 5 is, at least from the calculations I've seen, it's pretty much just the best thing to slot in for a 3 and a 2 slot on any weapon. These Arshan weapons, which are the rare 8 Arshan weapons, and a big part of the endgame grind, honestly, because outside of a few exceptions, they seem to pretty universally be the best ones if you can roll them well, and I'll explain why in a second. These are just the best for damage increase if you have, like, any decent amount of affinity. And if you're running Gore, you'll always have a decent amount of affinity. The last slot, on the other hand, is good to put in very important, like, weapon-specific skills, so, like, you can't really play Charge Blade without load shells, like magazine decos. It's just not really a thing. It takes you literally twice as long to do any of your chores, even with Savage Axe, and with SAAD, it's fucking impossible to play without magazine. Because it literally just loads your files twice as fast. It gives you overcharge files twice as fast. And then, like with Switch Axe, power prolonger through enhanced deco is basically mandatory. Because it's not just a comfort thing, it just is a straight-up massive DPS increase. Because your amp time on Switch X is normally 45 seconds, this makes it 1 minute and 30 seconds. So it halves the downtime you have to have, and if you've ever played Power File Switch X, it can be a while to amp up. And all of Switch X's like massive damage dump moves and combos and rotations are tied behind amp. Like amp is your chore on Switch X to basically like start doing real damage. So doubling the amount of time you stay amped is bigger than any other deco can possibly give you damage-wise. But yeah. So those are just some things to keep in mind that you'll see basically universally amongst like all of these sets. Is that they're gonna pretty much always run Crit Boost 5. And the 3 categories are basically sets with Gore, sets without Gore, and then but these are going to be like crit boost, agitator, weakness, exploit sort of things. And then burst sets. Because burst you can't run as much other skills if you're putting in 5 bursts, but that's kind of more for elemental weapons. It's like what I run on my dual blades, right? And then within those, we have like other subcategories. Like the absolute most efficient sets are to run Counter-Strike and Max Might. Outside of like weird speedrunner specific like heroics setups, Counter-Strike and Max Might are basically the best things to run for that slot efficiency, because Counter-Strike gives you 25 raw at level 3 when you get knocked back. Basically, when you eat an attack that's enough to like kind of knock you over, right? It lasts 45 seconds at level 3 and 40 seconds at level 1. Like, it lasts 45 seconds. I'ma be real, for most players, you probably eat shit at least once every 45 seconds. Like, you probably get hit by something like at least once every 45 seconds. On top of that, it activates when you do an offset, and it activates when you certain like parry attacks. Like, I know Switch Axe parry, for example, triggers Counter-Strike. But like, unless you play like, even if you play so well you don't get hit that often, you can literally just literally just put out a Mega Barrel Bomb and hit it, and you'll have 45 seconds of 25 raw. That is an insanely high amount of raw. Like, that is more than burst 5 by a big margin. That is more than attack boost 5 by a big margin. That is more than agitator 5 by a margin of 5. Like, it is a huge amount of raw for 45 seconds, and for most hunters, it's just gonna be up anyway. Like, you're going to eat shit at least like once a minute or whatever, and you're just gonna have it up most of the time. And for those who like are actually good at not getting hit, you can either intentionally get hits, or you can just like Mega Barrel Bomb yourself and it'll activate. And it's such a huge raw bonus. If you're not willing to play that though, you can sub it out with anything else, like any other level 2 thing. You can run like if you really want, you can run Peak Performance. It's only 10 raw instead, but if you're confident you can stay at full health and you prefer to play that way, that's fine. Resentments is kind of just worse version of Counter-Strike, because your red health heals fairly quickly, and anything that's making you proc Resentment will likely proc Counter-Strike unless it's like a tiny swipe attack that just flinches you. You can run Stamina Surge, you can run Pot Break, although Pot Break is bugged right now. You can run... I'm not really sure how worth it Coalescence is, honestly, because, again, elemental calculations, weird and difficult. You have all these other, all of these other level 2, utility skulls you can fit in, though, instead if you want. If you don't want to run Counter-Strike. But I would say for 90% of cases, 3 levels of Counter-Strike is going to be, like, your biggest damage gain from, like, level 2 slots. Yeah, also, yeah, thanks for reminding me, Wilt. It also triggers off of Greatsword Tackle, so it's like a must-have for Greatsword especially. I'm trying to glance through chat because I've mostly just been yapping. But yeah, that's basically the oh, I guess the big one is Affinity still worth it for Gunlance, or is it just better using shelling with anything that can boost shelling damage like artillery? It depends. It depends, because your artillery, Gunlance is a really weird case. Your shelling damage is only affected by 2 things. Build, like, set-wise at least, excluding, like, you know, weapon, like, shelling levels. It is affected by the levels of artillery you have. It should always be 3. Like, it's just a huge multiplier. Vietnam also tested how much it was, and it was like 30-something%. It's a huge multiplier. You always get it. And then it's affected by your raw. It's not because it can't crit. So things like Counter-Strike, things like Offensive Guard, things like Agitator or Attack Boost. Attack Boost I think is kind of shit, but I mean, what else do you put in? Because Attack Boost isn't very efficient. But yeah, any of those will increase your shell damage as well. However, unless you're playing long Gunlance, you also can do a decent amount of physical damage hits. Because, like, normal Gunlance is slapping things, so they do a lot of EFR damage. Like, damage that can crit, basically. And damage where sharpness matters. And then, as I understand, because my good friend Ports is a Gunlance main and mostly does wide. Wide shelling still does a lot of worm staking and stuff, which is a good amount of, like, EFR-based damage. Like, critable sharpness pairing damage. So you could just like run a bunch of raw and artillery and then run a bunch of utility, defensive, whatever stuff in your set, or you could build more EFR and do a bit more damage. But Gunlance has the option to pick between those two. For other weapons, dropping EFR is noticeable damage drop. But yeah, I think that pretty much covers, like, for the most part, the basics. So I guess starting from the top, I am going to have to adjust a bunch of these, like I said, because I just discovered from testing that Corruption Mantle, if you run Corruption Mantle gives you, like, it makes you lose a lot of health over time, but it gives you 10% affinity, and once you hit a monster enough, it makes you have 30% affinity until the mantle runs out. It's absurd. This is why you see every speedrunner running it, and why you'll see a lot of speedrunners don't run, like, Weakness Exploit or stuff like that, because they're overcapping on affinity. With Corruption Mantle. That being said, you have to keep in mind the uptime. You get basically, like, it's what, 2 minutes out of basically the entire hunt. It takes, like, so long to come back up. And you can't use it for necessarily every hunt either, because it doesn't reset the cooldown when you start a new hunt. But yeah, so we'll start with, like, just what is, like, the meta. Like, if you are willing to play to the conditionals, and they aren't necessarily that hard, but if you're like, they aren't necessarily that crazy. But if you're willing to play the conditionals, these are pretty generically like what's just do the most damage, because they use the most efficient skills that require conditionals. So like basically the primary set, and you will see like speedrunners run this a lot. Like they may switch up their build because they want like specific skills for specific scripts, right? Like my friend HDCS on his Gore run, he ran 3 earplugs specifically just so he could continue to do a thing. Also Kage did this, I think, as well. Kage ran for their Switch Axe Gore run. They specifically ran earplugs so that they, as part of their opening rotation, they didn't have to dodge. They could instead commit to the big attack to do extra damage, and that led to them being able to like CC chain like a trip and a paralyze and the KO and that kind of thing, right? So it was just better for the like specific script they were running for the fight. But generally, most speedrunners or most runners you'll see will probably run some form of this, which is 2 Fulgur Anjanath, 2 Gore. The reason being is that this one. The reason being is that, like I mentioned, Gore, stupid amount of affinity if you can play around it. Very, very efficient, especially because the sanity jewels or the antivirus level 1 decos. And these Gore pieces aren't super inefficient. Like, there are better pieces than these, but not by a big margin. Fulgur Anjanath. If you are running Agitator, Fulgur Anjanath head is competing for best head piece in the game. Like that, like this and Odegaron are kind of like the 2 most efficient, technically the most efficient head pieces in the game, because they give 2 levels of either Agitator or Burst in the case of Odegaron, and they give you 1 level 2 deco slot. So that's a 3-3-2, a 3-slot, 3-slot, 2-slot efficiency. There really isn't anything else in the game that gives you that. There are a bunch of like 3-3-2s. I think there's like one that I forget. There's like one that's weird because it has like resentments and stuff built into it. But like for like generally speaking, these are 2 of the most efficient headpieces in the game. Fulgur arms are also one of the most, arguably the most efficient arm pieces in the game if you run Max Might, because they're a 2-2-2. And there are like some like 3-2-1s and like 3-3s. In particular, the Guardian Arkveld hands that you'll see on some of these other sets are a 3-3 because it's 2 weakness exploit, 1-1-1. So like you lose a little bit of certain efficiencies compared to running this with that, but you get 3 level 1 slots if you care about slotting in things to that. So it's a comfort trade-off. On top of that, double Fulgur, 2-piece Fulgur, gives you a tiny extra stamina bar. Let me roll. There we go. So you see how that under my status bar, under my stamina bar, there is like a little, there's like a little tiny one on the right-hand side. This is important because when you, how Max Might works now, if you guys don't know, you have a certain amount of your stamina you can burn through without losing Max Might. Once you lose it, you lose it, and then when you hit max stamina, 3 seconds later, you get Max Might back. And Max Might is, outside of like Gore stuff, is the most efficient affinity skill in the game by a big margin. But the tiny little extra stamina bar you have isn't included in that, so like, maybe I should just go to the training area. That might be better, so I can showcase things while also looking at the builds. That's 2 Bulgargark? What do you mean by Bulgargark? I'm not sure what you mean by Bulgargark. But yeah, let me get my stamina back up to full. Okay, so with Fulgur Anjanath, that tiny little extra bit, we can roll twice in succession very quickly, not burn our Max Might. We can roll a little bit and then wait again. That would wait a little too short of a time. You can roll like twice fast, and then like about 2 seconds, 3 seconds later, you can still roll again. You can see like, if you're comfortable and not like roll spamming, with 2-piece Fulgur Anjanath, it's very realistic to keep Max Might up with very good uptime, right? Because like, unless you need to like, do like this basically, you don't lose Max Might. So yeah, like, the two-piece Fulgur Anjanath makes Max Might like a realistic skill to run with good uptime, because otherwise, if you don't have two-piece Fulgur, just pull like this off real quick. If you don't have two-piece Fulgur, wait, shit, was that all my Max Might? Okay, no, it wasn't. Like counter jewels. If you have two-piece Fulgur, I roll once, Max Might, and roll twice, Max Might wears off. I roll once, wait a little bit, roll again, Max Might wear off. Like, you basically have to wait for your stamina to get back up to full almost entirely to not lose Max Might. Like, you can see that also killed Max Might. And, like, you might see people, like, some speedrunners might do this for certain weapons or strats, but, like, realistically, this is a very hard playstyle to play. Like, not having two-piece Fulgur, but you can do it. And some weapons might have an easier time with it, like High Guard Lance probably doesn't have much of a problem because you don't lose that much stamina with blocking if you have like high guard levels, that kind of thing. But for the most part, two-piece Fulgur Anjanath with Max Might is like the best affinity setup with two-piece Gore. Not bow or DB angle? Yeah, no, bow and dual blades, like, in theory, dual blades could, but like the playstyle would be so restrictive, I don't think it's really possible to use effectively unless like you're fucking Natsume or something, who I need to check if they've done any Wilds runs. I don't know if they're still active. Oh, Fulgur. Yeah, Fulgur. That's what we're covering. The Fulgur Anjanath 2-piece. So, Fulgur Anjanath 2, Gore 2, with Maximum Might 3 and Antivirus 3. Just those alone, while the Frenzy is cured for that 1 minute, you get 25% affinity. Fulgur Anjanath lets you keep maximum might up, which is another 30% affinity. So that gets you to 55% affinity without anything else included. That alone justifies running crit boost on your weapon. And then you have things like Agitator or Weakness Exploit, which are both efficient skills. Wex is a lot worse than it used to be, but it's still pretty good. It's just not like as good. Sometimes you prefer Agitator, but generally Wex is a slight bit better than Agitator if you have Crit Boost 3. At least according to the handful of comparison calcs I was doing with my little jank as fuck calculator. And generally, like, it is like literally within like sub 1% better to run Weakness Exploit over Agitator in most cases with Crit Boost 5 that I've like looked through. So it doesn't really matter that much. The more important thing is making sure you don't overcap on affinity, because like I said, Fulgur, two-piece Fulgur, two-piece Gore already gives you 55%. If you run Corruption Mantle, it gives you 10 to 30%, depending on how, like, after you hit them a bunch of times. Corruption Mantle also says it increases damage, but I don't know how it does that. It doesn't seem to increase raw, at least in status, and I haven't really thoroughly tested it, because I just haven't had the time to. If anyone knows a reliable source or reliable source on that, let me know. But yeah, then otherwise, you'll basically always see, like, this Arc Vulcan chest. It's just very efficient. It's a 3-3-2. Weakness Exploit plus a level 3 deck you can slot in for whatever you want. That makes it really good for slotting in one level of burst with the Chain Deco, because we talked about earlier how strong one level of burst is. So it's very good for that. It gives you 1 Wex, which, like, realistically, most builds are going to want at least, like, 1 level of Wex. Like, this build this set, for example, is running 5 Agitator, 2 Weakness Exploit. This would be something you would use with a higher affinity weapon. So, like, for example, the base... I need to reroll my fucking Charge Blade. It's way too much affinity. But basically, boop, boop, boop. 2 Wex is giving us 10% affinity on weak points, which, I mean, yeah, you have to hit weak points, but, like, if you aren't hitting weak points, you're doing really bad damage because of how hit zone values work. So it's the most important skill you can learn in Monster Hunter is A, to not die, like, just don't die. But B is to consistently hit weak points, and ideally hit the same one, especially because now, like, the wound mechanic exists. But, like, that is the most important skill to learn as a hunter, other than not dying is learning the skill of being able to consistently hit a weak point and ideally keep damage on the same weak points. Unless you're doing, like, Elemental Charge Blade, I guess. And I guess Gunlance cares a little less about that. But yeah, so 2 weakness exploit is an extra 10% affinity, puts us up to 65, and then 5-piece agitator, another 15%, so that puts us up to 80. So just those alone are gonna put us at 80% affinity without including weapons and without including with Corruption Mantle. Corruption Mantle will put you at 105, so you actually waste a little bit there if you have a 0 affinity weapon. As you can see, my Charge Blade is overcapped because I need to make a new one. This rolled way too much affinity. But yeah, this is kind of a very common that you'll see speedrunners run, especially if they aren't doing, like, some weird specifics for, like, their particular speedrun strategy, just because this is kind of generically just, like, this make most damage without you overcapping on stamina from without you overcapping on affinity from using Corruption Mantle, because speedrunners always run Corruption Mantle. I like running it too, but it's definitely... You take a lot of damage over time from it. It's definitely a risky playstyle. But that's why I enjoy it personally. Now, if you're not running Corruption Mantle, and you have a lower affinity weapon, the alternative is to run this instead. It is literally the same thing, but with 5 Wex instead, as you can see. 5 Weakness Exploit, 2 Agitator instead. This is better if you don't overcap on affinity. And like I said, with the Agitator set, you can very easily, either by running Corruption Mantle or by having some affinity on your weapon. But yeah, so, like, this is the one you run if you don't have a lot of external source of affinity, because it is, like, sub-percents better per level to run Weakness Exploit over Agitator with crit boost. Not a very large amount, but it is literally the exact same set, you just change the decos and the charms out. Like, you see this is an Exploiter charm, this is a Challenger charm, and the decos change to, like, Tenderizer decos instead of Agitator decos. Like, it's exactly the same set. It's just whether you prioritize Weakness Exploit or you prioritize Agitator. Wex is going to give you now 30 affinity and 50 on wounds, but, like, realistically, how much damage do you actually do out of your total damage in, like, a 20,000, 30,000 monsters HP pool on wound damage? It's not really that high. So, and it's really weird to figure out assumptions for uptime on that, so I just don't really consider it. But yeah, you get 30% from that, you get 30% from Max Might, so that's going to be 60%, and then you get 25% from Gore, from the 2-piece Gore with Antivirus 3, so that puts you at 85%. And then after that, you have Agitator 2, which gives us another 5%. So we're at 90% affinity. So if you don't have any external sources of affinity, like your weapon has low affinity, has low or no affinity, and you're not running Corruption Mantle, then this is generally the better one to go with 5 Wex. And I'm just gonna go ahead and just leave this on screen for, like, 5-ish seconds so people can screenshot it or whatever if they want to. This is just all the pieces and everything and the final skills. And then I'm going to leave the decos on so you can see what the specific decos are. Mind you, like, you can swap out the Counter-Strike or the Max Might decos for, like, level 2 decos you prefer if you want to. Like, Counter-Strike Max Might is just the best damage combination. And Counter-Strike, like I said, has really good uptime if you get hits at least once every 45 seconds. Like, realistically, most hunters probably do. And you can also intentionally trigger it, and it also triggers off of offsets, and it also triggers off of parries and greatsword tackle. At least switch axe parry. I don't know for longsword because I don't play longsword. But yeah, that is, like, the meta sets. If you're willing to play around maximum mights, and the 2-piece Fulgur makes that realistic, right? Like, you're very willing to play around maximum might, and you're willing to play around 2-piece Gore, because because you have to hit the monster a bunch of times when you're frenzied, and you take extra damage when you're frenzied, and then afterwards you get a minute's worth of 25% extra affinity, as well as increased health recovery. I don't know if that just increases total healing or it increases your red healing, to be completely honest. The wording sounds like it would increase your general healing, so like from like drinking potions and stuff like that. But I haven't tested it. If you're willing to play around these two things and Counter-Strike, which is just getting hits or offsetting or certain parries like every 45 seconds, this is just going to be the biggest numbers you can do with physical raw damage. Does bow dodge trigger Counter-Strike? No, because you don't get hit during those. They will trigger like Adrenaline Rush, which is the perfect dodge thing, but they won't trigger Counter-Strike, so this doesn't work on dual blades, plus dual blades want to run burst anyway. Yeah. Those don't count. As I understand, also blocking things doesn't count. I need to have more thorough testing on that, but as I understand, blocking doesn't count. So it does require you to like actually eat shit or barrel bomb or mega barrel bomb yourself or whatnot. But like realistically, if you get hit like at least once per minute, right? Like on average, you get hit at least once per minute, which like over like say an 8-minute hunt means you only got hit 8 times by the monster. You'll have this up with a 75% uptime for the most part, like 60 to 75, 80% uptime. Like that's just, it's so much raw. If you play like if you're really good at not getting hits, you can just offset. If your weapon can't offset, you can swap it out for something else, or you can just barrel bomb yourself. You can literally just put a mega barrel bomb in front of you and hit it, and you'll get it for 45 seconds. But again, it's the strongest raw mode. It's the single strongest raw skill other than Offensive Guard, and it lasts 45 seconds. In my opinion, very generally useful, and most hunters probably want to run it. There are some exceptions, definitely, but I think it's a lot more universally useful than people think it is, because they don't realize it lasts for 45 fucking seconds and triggers off offsets, tackles, and some parries. But yeah. So that is your generic meta set. So if you are running basically any weapon that's not elemental and isn't weird like Gunlance or SA the Charge Blade, or isn't like isn't an elemental weapon or one of those, basically, like this is generically very good. And you can see here, like I mentioned, we always want to have crit boost 5, because especially with how high the affinity gets on these sets, it's very good, but it's also just generally good if you have even just a baseline decent affinity. And then the last slot can either be attack boost or crit eye, or it can be it can either be like a weapon-specific utility skill, or it can be sharpness if you want razor sharp or handicraft. Although part of what makes Arsham weapons broken in endgame is if you roll enough sharpness. If you roll enough sharpness modifier substats, you don't have to run sharpness mitigation, which actually gives you a lot more damage. Because like for example, you get 30 sharpness out of 1 sharpness substat with your Arshan weapon R8. And you get 30 sharpness with a level 3 deco of handicraft. Instead of that handicraft, you can instead run 3 crit eye, which gives you 12% affinity instead of 5 you would get from an affinity substat on an Arsham weapon. Or you can run attack boost 3, which gives you another like a 7 roll instead of just the 5 roll. Or you get to run things like enhancer, right? Like if I would have to drop crit boost 2 and have a noticeable damage loss. In fact, you know what? Let's calculate it real quick. Let's see. Oh wait. Okay, cool. All right, let's just punch it into my calculator real quick. So we're gonna do agitator 2, max might 3. We're gonna have antivirus 3, weaker exploit because it's not as good as it used to be, but it's still good. Crit boost 5. Am I missing anything? Burst 1. Yeah. Oh, that's everything. Okay, and let's just do an assumption that antivirus is there are like other EFR calculators out there. The reason why I made my own is because I haven't seen one that allows you to assume uptimes and calculate based off of uptime of skills, because especially in wilds that's important because so many good skills are conditional. So let's assume you're like really, really, really good. Agitator uptime would be close to like 90%, because that's, if you're really aggressive and killing the thing really fast, that's about accurate. Antivirus would be about 80%. Max might, let's just assume 100%. Oh, yeah, it's Counter-Strike. Yeah, let's assume Counter-Strike is... I didn't put Counter-Strike 3 in there. That explains a lot. Let's assume Counter-Strike is like 100% because you're like offsetting really well, or you're just getting hit or whatever, right? Oh, you're great sword and you're tackling. Then weaker exploit, we'll put this is like assuming you're really good. We can also calc it for like normal hunter levels. But yeah, 100%. Crit eye is not active. Burst is up with 99% because you have to land the first 5 hits, I guess. Okay, cool. Crit boost is also, what was it, 100%. So if we take like a, let's just say that we have a 15% affinity weapon, right? So that means with everything active, we hit exactly 100%. With the Wex setup, like your weapon has 50% affinity. A lot of Archer weapons will end up with that by on accident because that's only 2 affinity substats, and you have 8 substats. And if the affinity is 15, so for an Archer weapon, assuming that you have 2 affinity substats and 1 sharpness, 2 like sharpness / elements, because like it's hard to roll a perfect weapon, right? So you might lose some to an extra element, but you always want to reroll to make sure you have enough sharpness. That's the most important thing with an Archer weapon. Roll versus affinity is like sub 1% differences between the two, as long as you're not overcapping on affinity. And roll, by the way, is always better. I didn't expect it to be, but when I did some cascading calcs, did I save those? Well, I mean, we could just even like just look. But assuming all of those conditions, you would have 200 and you would have 2 affinity, 2 others. You have 4 roll. You have 4 roll rolls, which the base being 190 means that you would have 210 roll on an Archer weapon. So total roll. What is the 1%? What is it from? Oh, why is this 41? Oh wait, I'm fucking stupid. Yeah, never mind. Sorry, 250. So total roll 251. And then adjusted for uptime is 250.12. And so you can see that we're hitting like 463 effective roll right now. By the way, that's very high. Heroic speedrun is like level is like 500 EFR. Like my friend HDCS has been doing heroics, like heroic strat speedrun and is hitting and hits like a little over 500. With 100% affinity. But yeah, so let's say now we remove. Let's just go ahead and like meta AF DB5. Wait, AF. Okay, let's go ahead and copy this down. I'm gonna make a fresh sheet for this. Oop, whoops, wrong thing. Paste values only. Cool. All right, 463, 462. Now, if we drop crit, we lose that deco for like say handicraft or something. Go down. Oops, sorry. Go down to 3 crit boost. Now we're at 443 and 442. A special values only. So because we did like a handicraft deco or something, right? So overall that is equal to 4.4% decrease. That might not seem like a lot, but that's basically the equivalent of what you get from like attack 0 attack boost to like attack boost 5, just about. In fact, let me actually just check that real quick. C4. Yeah, attack boost 4. That's the equivalent of losing like attack boost 4, which you can't even put on this set because they only go up to level 3 decos. Yeah, it is a fairly significant drop in EFR that you could just solve by having enough sharpness on your Archer weapon. And that's assuming that you also have to have something like, you know, power prolonger or magazine or dual blades. I mean, they don't run this anyway, but like if you ran elements or status, you could run like crit status, or paralysis attack. Oh, probably paralysis attack. The crit element and status are kind of shit. And like element attack 3, that kind of a thing, right? So a lot of the endgame grind is getting artisan weapons that have enough sharpness for you to not need to run handicraft or razor sharp or anything like that. You always still can, of course, for comfort's sake, but you are losing damage for it. Alright. So that is like the base, just meta set. If you're willing to play around weakness exploit, which frankly that's like a basic skill that every hunter should endeavor to learn. Because even if you don't have weakness exploit, you're still doing way more damage on weak points. It's a big part of this game. You're willing to play around Counter-Strike, so you get hit at least once every 45 seconds, minute or so, or you offset during that same window, or you tackle with the great sword, or you parry with switch axe. I don't know if other parries work. And you're willing to play around max might, which, as we showed off earlier, with the extra stamina bar from Fulgur, it's pretty generous. You basically have to roll 3 times in quick succession to lose max might. So if you're not roll spamming, it's not that bad. If you're willing to play around all of these, this is just going to be, like, generically, this does the most damage. Like, this is, for most of your weapons, this is what you want to run, right? You have to play around Gore, you have to play around max might, you have to play around Counter-Strike, and play around crit boost, but it is very strong. Continuing on with the same style of sets, so Gore sets. This entire thing is Gore sets, right? So I wouldn't recommend this, but it is an option. If you're confident that you can play without the Guardian Fulgur 2 sets for a set, you can trade out the Guardian Fulgur 2-piece for a you can trade it out for a Ogveld's Hunger, so Hungy 2 bonus, which gives you a tiny bit of healing when you hit monsters. Again, this is probably something you would only expect to see on like a Lance or a Gunlance, or someone who's very confident about holding their ground, because you don't get a lot of leniency for dodging without Fulgur Anjanath and Max Might. But this does mean if you take any chip damage, you can heal it up by being aggressive. So if you're like really confident in holding your ground, you can run this. And in terms of efficiency loss, so in terms of efficiency loss compared to, let me just arrange this because it's gonna be easier this way. In terms of efficiency loss, we can see that you give up the Fulgur bonus, lose 1 agitator, but gain 1 convert element, which I don't even shrug emoji on convert element. It just gives you dragon damage after you take element damage. It's kind of weird. But you lose 1 agitator. You get this bonus instead of Fulgur Anjanath's bonus, and you also get 4 level 1 deco slots. Why does that say 3-1? 4-1. You got 4 level 1 deco slots. Which is really nice for fitting in utility. And then also this is probably what you'd run if you really just don't like, if you want this set bonus but you don't like max might, because you can swap out the might decos for fucking anything. Although I do have a different set for that. And then the alternative is that you still want to run Gore, you still want to get the Hungy 2 set for the healing, but you also want to be even comfier. And you want to run Evade Window. Because it turns out that in previous games, I didn't really make sets that were Evade Window because there wasn't a way to get Evade Window without losing a lot of efficiency, right? You basically just had to straight up swap out damage skills for it. But in this game, the good pieces of armor are pretty well balanced. So like gaining Evade Window in this case, compared to not having this, gaining a Evade Window loses you the convert elements, which shrug emoji, and then gains you and then loses you 2 level 1 deco slots, but you get Evade Window 1 out of it. So like that's a very small opportunity cost to get 1 Evade Window. I personally don't like running Evade Window. I don't have any problems with anyone else. You know, it is a game. Enjoy yourself. In fact, real quick, just to mention, like, please do not be elitist or use as an excuse to harass anyone. If you do, I will smack you. This is not to try to push a meta onto people or be like, you have to run these sets. This is just to help people who want to do the most damage, because doing more damage is fun for them. Like me, I like a bigger number, in order for them to know what they could do to do so. But don't push this on anyone else if they don't care about it. Like, let people have fun. Everyone has fun in different ways. I have fun by not running evade window, because for me, having evade window kind of lessens that, like, hell yeah moment I get when I perfectly iframe through an attack, because the evade window is helping me. Again, if you want to run it, definitely run it, and that's why I'm including these sets that have it for very low opportunity cost. But I just don't like it personally. I like rolling when I do it like a switch axe hop that goes through an attack and iframes it. I'm just like, hell yeah, I landed that. But evade window makes that feel not as good, I guess. Less enjoyable for me. And then the other option is that we drop. We also get Coalescence, which, like, I don't even. Coalescence is a weird. Oh, with this one you get Coalescence, which is like a weird skill. For this one, we are dropping we're dropping one of our level 1 slots, while keeping the bonus. And what else is this? Yeah, it's just basically losing one of the level 1 deco slots. And getting... I mean, you get Coalescence, but shrug emoji about Coalescence. I guess you lose the flinch free if that matters, because it's literally free. And if you're playing a weapon that doesn't like flinching. But yeah, I mean, you basically lose the one level 1 deco slot in exchange for another evade window, and honestly, that's probably worth it, unless you really, really need that level 1 deco slot for, like, something you care about. So this is probably the best one to go with if you want to play with Gore, you want to play with, and you want to play without Anjanath, but you want evade window. Anjanath does not have super great options for evade window, because the reason why these can run evade window so efficiently, put it on real quick. The reason that these can run evade window so efficiently is because in the evade window 2's case, it's because the Gore helmet gives you evade window, and because the Udra Greaves give you evade window. The problem is, if you run Anjanath, you can't run the Gore helm, and you have to run the Gore legs in order to keep both set bonuses, so you lose both of these. You basically lose both of these if you try to run Anjanath 2-piece. It's not really doable. So that's why this is specifically like a non-Anjanath 2-piece, no extra stamina bar sort of thing. I'm pressing wrong buttons. God damn it. Yeah, in fact, you know, I probably just might get rid of this one entirely. I mean, it's one deco slot, I guess. Sure. It's technically an option, but this one is just pretty much generally better. It's just a bit more flexible because it has, I guess 2 deco slots versus, I guess 1. 2 versus 1. Let's see. 3 attack ups, all base set is attack focus, all base is 205 raw, and each attack infusion is +5. Wait, all base is 205? What do you mean? Well, the no attack for Arshan weapon. If you're talking about Arshan weapon R8, the base is 190. I use use 205 in my calculations to just simulate like a middle of the road piece, but actual Arshan base raw is 190 with +5 roll per substat. Does the Arshan weapon have 220 attack with 2 sharpness increases? The ideal is to have 1 or 2 sharpness increases, depending on what weapon you're playing and how much you need to not have to worry about like polishing or sharpening or using skills, sharpness skills, and then have all attack. That is the ideal, but having a mix of attack and affinity is like sub 0.5 rate, sometimes 0.3, 0.2% changes from switching out a raw for affinity. It's not that significant. The only issue is if you overcap on affinity. That's the only thing you really need to care about. It's not that big of a deal. If you're a speedrunner, then you'll probably try to farm for like all attack subs and like 1 or 2 sharpness subs, but like you don't gotta be that extra, you know? If you want to, go for it, but that's a big RNG grind. Okay. Now this one is if you don't want to run, you don't care about like the 2-piece Arkveld, but you still want to run Gore, because the 2-piece Arkveld does lose you a little bit of efficiency, right? But it does give you that little extra comfort. Then you would run this one instead, where it comes with a built-in evade window, and compared to the set with 2 Arkveld for the slight healing, it gains an agitator, and I guess a constitution if you care, but that's not a huge deal. It gains an agitator. So you basically can lose the set bonus in exchange for an extra agitator, or if you flip it over, you can have it in exchange for like a weakness exploit, depending on how much affinity you have, right? This one again is harder to play around than the Anjanath set, because Max Might is hard to play around, but you can also swap out Max Might for other things, and it does give you more evade window. So if you're confident in standing your ground, and especially if you're like a Lance or like a normal Gunlance player, I guess, because normal Gunlance still likes EFR, you just put in like artillery in your weapon deco slots and probably ditch crit boost for like raw attack. I don't calc anything with Gunlances, but if you're confident in standing your ground and you don't need to worry about having the extra stamina to keep Max Might going with decent uptime, then you can run this. And this one gives you an extra agitator. Well, this one gives you an extra agitator with 1 evade window. This one gives you 2 evade window with any better than this one? Maybe this one I was kind of tired. Agitator, burst, coalescence. Evade window 2. Oh yeah, I guess compared to the other evade window, compared to wait, agitator, burst, coalescence. Am I crazy? Agitator, burst, coalescence, windproof. Huh? This doesn't even really gain anything of importance, huh? To get 1 more but who cares? That 1 extra constitution could literally just be that level 1 deco slot. Huh, yeah, I didn't notice this when I was reviewing over them earlier. But real quick, let me make sure I'm not, like, gaslighting myself. I guess you get recovery speed if you care, but, like, that is not worth losing the set bonus. Oh, wait, no, these both... Wait, what? Yeah, that's the whole thing. I'm just gonna delete this one. This one is not... Oop. This one is just not worth... Like, this is not worth running. This one, you're trading off, like, an evade window for an agitator, so that is kind of worth it, right, for damage, but this one is just not worth running. Like, you should just run the one with the Arc Vulcan pieces. And don't worry, guys, at the very end, once I've kind of explained all the builds, I am going to go through each of them and, like, put them on screen on both the armor and the deco, so you can kind of take a look at it with, like, a brief like, overview of it again at the very end. I just want to walk through these ones right now and, like, explain everything. But yeah. So, yeah, this one's not worth running, so it go bye-bye. Yeah, it go bye-bye. Other... Bye-bye. Okay. Yeah, so... Yeah. Doing this, you gain an agitator, lose a deco slot, which kind of is equivalent to the constitution you gain, but this gives you 1 agitator if you just really don't care about the Arc Vulcan bonus. It's just a nice little bonus to have, you know? But if you don't care about that, you can gain an agitator, or gain an agitator through running this instead. Just quickly show them off. This is what this one looks like. Give like 5 seconds on this if anyone wants to screenshot. And then like 5 seconds on this if anyone wants to screenshot. Gunlance use Oligar instead is better? Probably. Yeah, because, well, that's the thing. I don't know, have calculations on shell versus, like, raw EFR damage for, like, each Gunlance style, because I just haven't, like, researched and calculated it, right? Because, like, burst is good because it gives you more attack, but you lose a lot of affinity for it. And whether that's worth it, because I know, like, wide Gunlance still uses a lot of worm stakes, which are EFR damage. Normal Gunlance slaps a lot, so it does care about EFR a lot. For those ones, it's likely better to run, like, an agitator heavy with some Wex setup instead of burst, with just the burst 1. Because burst 5 only gives you 8 raw, 10 raw over burst 1. Like, it's good, but it's not that good if you care about, like, critical well. But I can't really speak for Gunlance, because I haven't calculated it, because that requires me to know motion values to figure out what the percentage would be for like a average simulated Gunlance, what the percentage would be between, like, the damage that can't crit and the damage that can crit, basically. So that's just not really something I can talk about. Also, Gunlances can't even use the Arshan weapons because they don't have the highest level of shelling for some reason. They're, like, literally the only weapons that's like, nah, you don't have to worry about Arshan substat farming. Just use the monster ones instead. Very weird. Okay, what's the next sets? I keep getting fucking distracted. Yes, the evade window 2. Evade window 2 hungry. Yeah. Evade window 2 hungry too. The evade window 1 if you want to get the extra, if you want to get, like, the oh, sorry. Oh. If you want to get the extra level 1 deco slot. Actually, is that even worth including in here? Honestly? Like, you're trading a level 1 deco for a whole evade window. I don't think that's worth it. Okay, this one goes bye-bye too. Like, there is not a good reason to run this one instead. Yeah, I did not notice this when I was crunching my evade window sets. Alright, we delete this one too then. Yeah, and then this one, if you drop the like Arc Vulcan 2-piece and an evade window, you can get an agitator out of it. So if you don't care for the Arc Vulcan and you want a single extra agitator and you only want the one evade window, like, this is the best one. Now, if you don't like Max Might, because like I said, even with the Anjanath 2-piece, you have to play around Max Might. If you don't like Max Might, this is basically going to be your best options. This is your Max Might with Gore, and then this is your Max Might with Gore with 2 evade window. So with this setup, we have Crit Boost 5, Power Prolonger 3, we have Weakness Exploit 5 and Agitator 4. However, you can swap that to Agitator 5 and Weakness Exploit 4 just by swapping out like your Charm and 1 Deco. If you would overcap with Weakness Exploit 5, because that is 30% instead of 20% affinity, and that could overcap some weapons if you have high affinity rolls. So Agitator would be the one to go with if you would end up with over 100%. And it gives us, again, Counter-Strike, 3 Antivirus, 1 Burst. The Constitution is just a side bonus, it doesn't really matter. It's just in there because we have to use those pieces. And so if we compare this to... If we compare this to, like, the Weakness Exploit without Max Might, we're basically trading off our 3 Max Might and 30% efficiency for 2 more Agitator. That's what it comes down to, right? We get 2 more Agitator if we don't want to run Max Might. Or you can just run this And you can also just run this one instead. And just sub out the max might decos for other level 2 skills. But if you want more agitator, this is how you have to do it. Because those are level 3 slots, right? So yeah, you have to swap to this one if you want the... Oh, wait. Oh, this one doesn't... Oh, yeah, it doesn't have Fulgur Anjanath. Yeah, it doesn't have Fulgur Anjanath because you don't need Fulgur Anjanath if you don't have Wex. If you don't have Max Might. And the Fulgur Anjanath arms are only efficient. The Fulgur Anjanath arms are only efficient if you run Max Might because they come with Max Might on them, like, by design. So you swap those out for more efficient pieces. But yeah. So, you really don't want to play with Max Might, and you don't want to use the level 2 deco slots for, I don't know, whatever other level 2 slots you like skills you like, then you can run this setup instead that has, instead of the Fulgur arms, we use the Arcveld Van Braces. Compared to the 3 level 2 slots we get out of Anjanath, but it has one fix of Max Might, we get instead 2 levels of weakness exploits and 3 level 1 deco slots, which means we get less level 2 skills, but we can fit in 2 more level 2 skills, so agitator or weakness exploit. Still keep our 1 burst and get 3 level 1 deco slots we can use. Noting, so going to the void notice that Agi 2 was marked as giving 5% affinity on the calculator sheet. Is there a reason, unless it was updated since I checked? 5%? At what level? Agitator. Wait, what? Affinity. Huh? What happens to the affinity? Oh, motherfucker. Must have deleted the affinity at some point. Okay, one sec. Gotta fix it. Okay, C00. What an agitator. 3, 5, 7, 10, 15. 3, 5, 7, 10, 15. Okay, there we go. That's working properly now. No, I appreciate you pointing out. I did not know. Should the base affinity be at 10% to max now? Yeah, looks like it. Assuming that we're running Antivirus 3, we're running Max Might 3, we're running Agitator. Oh wait, I need to put this in. Agitator. What is this? The Wex one? The Agitator. That'll be Agitator 10, right? Agi 2 is it'll be 2 Agitator. Cool. 2 Agitator, 90% uptime, antivirus. Yeah, this is like the generic meta one. Oh wait, Storm Crypt boost 5 because I was attack boosting. Yeah, so now it would in fact be, you want a 10% base affinity to hit 100%. And again, this is assuming not Corrupted Mantle. Corrupted Mantle makes things different and weird. Yeah, okay, that makes more sense. This is, I was about to say 460s. In my head, 460 seemed low, but I thought maybe I was just misremembering like previous numbers I had calced. Now, if we were, of course, instead to have like a 0% affinity weapon, like we can actually get like all raw subs, minus like 1 or 2 for sharpness / elements or whatever. That would be 6 raw subs, so it's 30. So 2. So wait a second. 6 raw subs, so 220. And then we swap, and that puts our affinity. Wait a sec. I have this backwards. Oh yeah, because base weapon affinity is 5% for Arsham weapons. Actually, now I'm curious. Did I, because of that change? Oh, yep. In this case, agitator does come out ahead now. Huh. Okay, yeah, I might have fucked up some of my previous calculations because I don't know if they were running the agitator affinity. Hmm. Naruhodo. Naruhodo. Okay, well, might have to reassess. I guess not missing any skills, right? Yeah, it does appear agitator is actually the one that is percents better. Just last time I did calcs, apparently my cell had been erased for the agitator affinity. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. I was kind of surprised Wex was better, but this is what the number said. But thanks for pointing that out. That fixes that and means that I'm not accidentally spreading around any misinformation of some kind. So I really appreciate that. And yeah, you are right. The Arsham base affinity is 5%. Okay, cool. So wait, one affinity. Either way, it doesn't really matter. But let's average out these stats again. 2 for sharpness slash elements, just because not perfect rolls. And then that means 3 and 3, so 195. So 190, 205. And this would be 25% affinity? No, 20% affinity. Yeah. Yep, so that with Agitator 5, if you have if you have a lot of affinity on weapon, Agitator 5. And if you don't have the affinity on your weapon, you can run. It still seems like it's better to run Agitator, right? Yeah, I gotta check this now. Because this just changed quite a few things. This is the song that never ends, never ends. Calculate again and again and again. Okay. So this is hitting exactly 100 with Agi 5. If we drop the affinity by 10, wait, no, 15, right? Yeah, because the difference between Agi X 15. Yeah, okay. We swap out. So instead, we'll have 10 less affinity and 10 more raw on our Arsham weapon in this simulation. And again, these aren't perfect Arsham weapons. I'm assuming that you are losing 2 substats to like sharpness and like maybe an element on the side. Or I guess some weapons will need 2 sharpness anyway, but I'm just doing 6 between raw and affinity to keep it like not, oh, this is the perfect roll. So we drop that to 215 and drop this to 10%. And still run agitator instead, which puts our affinity at 90. Yeah. So that's with Agi 5. This is Agi 5. Yeah, and unsurprisingly, the extra raw does actually, like I said, it's like sub 1%, sub 0.5% increase per like substat change. So as long as you're not overcapping on infinity, it doesn't matter. Yeah, like if we look at how much of a damage change this is. It is not even 1%. This is not even 1% damage increase. Having 2 raw instead of 2 affinity. Like it is better, but it is literally 2 substats shifting to raw is literally less than 1%. That's fucking funny. Yeah, it's 0.91%. So if you're ever worried, like, oh no, I didn't roll all raw, I got like 2 affinity substats. As long as you're not overcapping on affinity, this is how much damage you're losing. Think of the min-maxes. I mean, that's why the speedrunners roll for that. That can make a difference of like a second, which is the difference between the world record or not. But like, you're not gonna be that sweaty, don't worry about it. Also, guys, wanted to shout out this too earlier when I was mentioning Vitna, but I forgot. Ninja Link from the last stream was very kind and shared some resources with me. And this one is the one he shared. It is a set. It says it's a set builder. It's actually a set searcher. So you can put in the skills you want and then put in the levels you want and everything, and it can like search and like be like, oh, look at these ones. So far I have not seen any where like I can fit in like an extra important skill over these ones, so it seems pretty decent. However, it also is good at missing like little like nuances. And the ordering is weird, right? Like this one versus this one, it's effectively the same, right? But like, and they're both level 1 decos, but this one gets listed first, and this one also has a free level of Constitution, windproof, recovery speed, and this exact same decos. It has 1 less Constitution. And then also, like, for the meta-ist of meta sets, the meta as fuck set, like this one. For the meta as fuck set, when I put in all of these skills, right, like the important ones, Ashley 2, Burst 1, Max Might 3, Counter-Strike 3, Weakness Exploit 3, or 5, sorry, Antivirus. When I put all of the, I guess, reverse the Agitator and Wex, whatever. When I put all of those in there, it did find sets, but it didn't find this set unless I specifically put the Fulgur Anjanath 2-piece in. So it does have blind spots. And it does have blind spots, and it can miss little things and little optimizations. But for the big important skills, like your level 2 and level 3 decos, I have not I have not seen it like miss anything yet. So I have been using this as a way to check my own blind spots. Like, I didn't even think about doing these evade window ones until it kicked up an option for one. I was like, wait a second, this loses like so little efficiency for like evade window. And like, that's actually worth considering and sharing because a lot of people like a little bit of evade window. So I have been using this to help cover my blind spots in cases like, oh, did I not think of adding this in little efficiency in or something? And it's pretty good. So if you have like specific skills you want, I would definitely say take it for a spin. I am not related to it in any way, and I have only used it for like an hour or something. So there's definitely a lot of things I could have missed in it, but you know, other than if you can't work it out yourself, this is a good place to start at the very least, right? And when I'm not explaining a whole bunch of sets, there we go. Oh, Zhuwu Swag X is by far the coolest. It makes. Oh wait, not Zhuwu. No, incorrect. Zhuwu is not the coolest Swag X. The coolest Swag X is New Udra, because it's a giant bone scythe, and it makes, when you swing it around, it makes sounds that sound like gristle and slime and bones grinding against each other. It's incredible. Like, I am so mad I cannot layered weapon that onto my Arsha weapons, because it's so, yeah, Gore is also a scythe, but it doesn't make creepy, slimy, sinewy, grinding of like bone and slime sounds when you swing it and you morph. Like, none of those do that. They don't have the cool sounds. Okay, yeah, so where the fuck were we? Covered that one. We covered the lack of max might one. So yeah. And then we covered, yeah. So this is okay. Yeah, we were here. So this is the one you would want to run if you just don't want to run max might and you want to get 2 extra levels of either Wex or Agitator, right? Because you could also just swap these Challenger Jewels out, or swap the Charm over to a Agitated Charm, and then swap one of these over to a Weakness Exploit deco, and you'll have 5 Agitator instead, which actually we did just compute to be better, so let me change this as a base. There we go. Let me just change this as... This one, right? Throwing? I'm not throwing. Okay. I didn't want to erase over a different build and be like, fuck, how did I make that one again? But yeah. So this is if you just don't want to run max might. And that's understandable. It can be a bit annoying to play around, but in my experience, once you get used to it, it's really not that bad. You just have to, like, not roll spam, and even if you do roll spam, if you're roll spamming, you're probably sheathing your fucking weapon and, like, trying to heal or something anyway. So, like, you can have it back up by the time you do any meaningful damage anyway, because you just have to regen stamina to full and wait 3 seconds. So as long as you're not, like, a chronic roll spammer for when you don't really need to do it, it's fairly easy to play around with a 2-piece Anjanath. Okay, now we have the sets that don't have Gore, because not everyone wants to run Gore. It could be scary, because you take more damage, and then you have to be aggressive and fit a lot of damage in that 1-minute window. So if you don't want Gore, this is the Max Might setup. So basically, you lose the Gore and all of its affinity. You lose the Gore and all of the affinity it gives you, so you lose that 25% like conditional timed affinity. And instead you get 2 agitator added. That's the most you can really get out of it, is you trade it for 2 agitator, which is lower damage by a decent margin, but that's because Gore is fucking busted. And if you don't want to play around it, and I totally understand if you don't, then the best trade-off you can get is 2 more agitator. There's not really anything else you can throw in that is significantly better. Yeah, and this one, since it is a max might set, we still run the 2 Fulgur. Yeah. We still run the 2 Fulgur for our max mites. We still have the Arc Vulcan coil instead. We're not running Gore, and we're not running the Gore coil, and we're running the hard legs instead, because these are a bit more efficient than the respective Gore pieces, except for, you know, losing Gore, the Gore bonus and antivirus. Because this one gives you 2 level 3s through weakness exploit and 2 level 1s, so it's a 3-3-1-1 in terms of skill efficiency. And for like those of you who are in here who want to learn stuff about like sets, like building your own sets and optimizing, and don't want to just like, you know, I mean, you can feel free to just copy and paste these, right? But if you want to learn a bit more about that, the most important thing to keep in mind when it comes to set building in this game, and like Rise as well as World and Iceborne and Sunbreak, is that the thing you need to consider is skill efficiency. So you need to decide like what kind of skills you want to get, but then in order to like min-max it, to optimize it, you have to think about skill efficiency. And you think about that in terms of what you get in terms of slots of skills, like per piece of gear. So that's why I keep saying like this is a 3-3-2. It has a level 3, and level 2, because Agitate is a level 3 decos. So this gives you a 3-3-2 efficiency, which is better than, like, say, this one, which is a 3-3-1-1, because level 2 skills are almost always more valuable than level 1s, unless it's antivirus. So this is a 3-3-1-1, but wastes kinda suck. Wastes kinda suck, where, like, the only things that give you more efficiency than, like, this 3-3-1-1 realistically is resentments. If you're willing to play resentment, then the Udra Call gives you a 3-2-2, which is more skill levels of resentment but less Wex, agitator, burst, whatever you want in there, right? You also get a 3-2-2-1 out of the Duna coil, but this one for the Uthdana coil, but this one runs peak performance, and peak performance is a whole separate can of worms that I'm not putting meta sets around, because not only do you have to play, is it harder to play around, because even chip damage hurts you, it's not even that efficient. Like, peak performance only gives you, at level 5, it gives you 20 attack, while it's active. It's not even that efficient. Compared to, like, Max Might giving you 30%, or I think Resentment gives you more as well, doesn't it? Yeah, even resentment gives you more. But it's a bit harder to keep resentment uptime because you do naturally heal the red health. Yeah, and then like of course Counter Strike is 25 roll at 3 level 2 slots. So like that I haven't really made sets with those because they're just not very efficient. If you don't want to play around Counter Strike, then they are options, but yeah. So this one is a 3-3-1-1. Other options, like the only one that is like just straight up 100% better is the Guardian Arc, but Flare's bugged. And also isn't really a damage skill anyway. It doesn't really increase your damage by anything meaningful. And if you didn't know, like, you can watch there's a video about the bug stuff. Like, it is horribly bugged right now. Level 2 Flare creates wounds the fastest for some fucking reason. And when it says it increases non-elemental damage, just so you know, because it's very strange wording. It doesn't actually make you do more physical damage with your attacks. Once you hit conditions that I don't think people have tested like to reliably enough to like fully understand it, but I think the assumption by the TC community right now is that it's like kind of like a status you build up, like Blast. Once it procs, it does anywhere from 140 to 280 damage depending on level. That's it. You just get like a tiny burst of like level 5, like you get a tiny burst of 280 damage every like probably several hundreds, maybe over thousands of damage that you're doing to the thing to make it proc. Like, it's not a significant damage gain. It doesn't increase your attack, like your actual attack's damage or anything. It doesn't increase roar or anything like that. And it's bugged to hell. And yeah, it's bugged to hell as well. Like, literally, Flare 2 is the best to run right now because it makes wounds much faster than Flare 5 does. It's dumb. And it kind of makes me sad that they are, like, I think they should patch the whole, like, pollen farm thing, because I don't consider it much of an exploit, because it's not like there is a bug or some weird thing. It's just that they fucked up the numbers. It uses all purely intended in-game built mechanics. They just made it way too efficient. And they just made it way too efficient. But, like, it bothers me that they're patching that in and not fixing Flare and all the other bug skills right now. Like, if you're going to patch a really efficient farm, at least also patch Flare. It's literally, level 2 is literally the best. It's fucking dumb. I don't think it's supposed to be non-level. Oh, no, I don't think it is either. It's just that yeah, no, it's not supposed to be non-elemental boost, Will. Like, I don't think it's supposed to be non-elemental boost. It's literally doing what it's intended. The wording's just fucking bad. Patch is happening after the weekend, they said, so probably Monday. So get it done. Get it done, and also, to be safe, trade all your tickets before the weekend ends. Because I don't think we know for 100% certain how long it's going to be, or like how they're gonna fix it. Most likely, I think they're just going to like make it so you can't like refresh the pollen by doing a quest, which makes perfect sense. They could also like nerf it by like making that lady just not trade you like gold tickets anymore, but that would be a very weird way to do it. But just in case that happens, it's probably a good idea to make sure you trade them, apparently. Yeah, exactly. Like, you just make that trade not a thing, and they could do that. They could do that, in which case, like, you want to make sure you trade all of them before the weekend ends, in case that's the fix. Hi, CCLK. Didn't even know you streamed here. Oh yeah, no, I don't stream on Twitch. Because I was back in the day when I was doing this full time, a YouTuber primarily, like first and foremost. And Twitch has its own bullshit, and I would have to like stream on there frequently and like get a bunch of people in there and like become affiliate and all of these things, and then become partnered. I'm like, that. Why would I do that when there is like this giant subscriber base on YouTube that if I hit I'm going live or I'm going to go live, then all of the people with notifications get notified about and like, oh cool, a stream. Because I never like streamed consistently. It was like a thing I do for fun every like random amount of days back in the day. And like, even if I was on Twitch, there's no way I would have been able to hit the numbers I hit streaming on YouTube. Because like, I mean, Wilt remembers Wilt, why don't you tell chat about the time that I streamed the Iceborne release, and you happen to be the only mod in chat? Why don't you tell chat about that real quick? But yeah, so, ooh, yawning. So this is with you still running the Fulgur set bonus. If, like in the previous options, you don't want to run Fulgur because you're like super confident you can just hold your fucking ground, right? Oh, also a thing to mention, these non-Gore sets get both Fulgur and Arkveld and the Arkveld Hunger, the healing after hitting a few times thing, and there's no reason not to drop it. You don't really gain anything significant from running different pieces. Like, the Arc Vulcan pieces are disgustingly efficient. The only reason we don't run them here is because they overlap with the Gore pieces. Or the Fulgur overlaps with the other Gore piece you run. Like, the Arc Vulcan chest and waist are basically the most efficient in the game. So yeah, there's no reason not to run both bonuses, because you don't gain anything meaningful out of swapping either the chest or the coil to something else if you're going for these skills, right? Let me go ahead and grab this and swap this over. Oh wait, right. With this set, you actually can't get 5 Agitator without losing 2 Wex. Because it's built into the... Remember how I said that the... Remember how I said that... Wait a second. Yeah. 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 Because the Fulgur helmet and the hard Shagris both give you 4 agitators, so you basically have to run 5 Wex here instead, or you can drop the Wex for other things, but there's nothing that's gonna be a bigger gain for a level 3 armor slot. Because we already have Burst 1 in here. So, yeah. So there's no reason not to run the Hungry 2-piece with this. You just don't gain anything not doing it. And then if you don't want to run the Guardian Fulgur, the hell, NG? No Gore or Anjanath, that's what I mean. Yeah, if you don't want to run Gore or Anjanath, you can basically gain 3 level 1 slots out of the trade. So if you don't feel like running Anjanath, which again, if you're running Max Might, not running Fulgur Anjanath, you have to be super confident that you can hold your ground, because if you roll more than once every like 3 seconds, you will lose Max Might. So it's pretty punishing. But you can gain 3 level 1 decos out of it if that is what you want. And then we also have this one, which I guess well, I mean, you can see what the difference is. I guess I'll go ahead and pop this on screen quick so you can decos that come with it as well. I need to grab some water anyway, so BRB. Is this the right one? Yeah, there we go. Water bricky. Okay, I'm back. Hello. And yes, as Wilt said, I'm sorry if I triggered any of your trauma from that day. But yeah, there were 4,000 people in the YouTube stream for Iceborne release day. And I've never really thought about, like, you know, making sure my mods are in stream and stuff, because, like, it's a thing I did very, very occasionally, right? I just pop in and, like, do a few hunts or run some numbers on the spreadsheet or something. I did it for, like, AT's Zora Magdaros drop from like the title update, that kind of thing. And that AT Zoro was the like previous like biggest stream I ever had, and I think it barely hit over like 1,000 people, but we did have several mods in chat. And so Wilt over here, Wilt over here was a real one and was the only mod for 8 hours with over 4,000 fucking people in the stream. And I'm so sorry, Wilt. I was not expecting that many people, and I didn't think to like actually check if other mods were available. I am so sorry. Have you tested the IG? Nah, I haven't. So just so everyone knows, the only 3 weapons I've played so far, and my 3 different main weapons, and I'm going to probably expand out at some point, but I just haven't yet, because I'm still like Arshan weapon farming for them, and I'm just enjoying playing them too much. Is I play Switch Axe, my OG. I play Dual Blades because Dual Blades got like 7 times at least more complex and more skill expressive than they were in previous games, and I love it. And I play Charge Blade because big, funny, spinny Cabbage Axe funny. And KO paralyze KOing funny. It's crazy that CB does as much damage as it does, and it's also also like a CC weapon. Well, I don't want you to suffer because you play Hunting Horn. That's suffering enough already. I do like your dooting, though. It's fun to hunt with you when you're dooting. It's quite funny. Okay. Well, yeah. So, yeah. This is kind of like your go-to I don't want to run Gore set. Max Might is a thing, though. And... Shit, did I make one for no Max Might? Am I throwing? I thought I did. Huh. I did not make one for no Max Might. Shit. Okay, well anyway, these are the 2, shit. These are the ones that you can run for, not wanting Fulgur, but again, that's even more difficult, you have to stand your ground. But out of losing the Fulgur, you gain 3 level 1 deco slots, and if you run, and, if you don't want the level, wait a second. Yeah. This is what you run. You get 3 level 1 deco slots. You can also run this one alternatively, where you just swap out the charm, basically, and you can get like Burst 2, Agitator 5, Wex 5 out of it. The Burst 2 isn't significant, if I'm being completely honest. Oh wait, sorry, no, that's right. This one also doesn't have Counter-Strike in case you don't like playing a Counter-Strike. It's just kind of an extra option I threw in there. Basically, if you don't like Counter-Strike or you don't like Max Might, you can swap these level 2 decos out for either one. Right? Like, you can do this with Counter-Strike instead. Since, like, playing around both of them, I can understand not being something you want, but that's also part of what I like about set building in this game versus others. Previous games in the series, and what I enjoy so much is how much diversity there is, because like what I'm showing you is like this is biggest number, and with like relatively realistic to play around conditionals, right? Because like I said, most people will probably just get Counter-Strikes active on accident constantly because it only requires you to get hit once every 45 seconds, and Agitator is just guaranteed to have uptime. It gets more uptime if you play more aggressively and do more damage, but you're guaranteed to have Agitator uptime. The monster's gonna get angry and it's gonna yell at you. And then Max Might, like we said, with the Fulgur set, not too difficult to play around. It's not that bad with the Fulgur set, but if you really, really don't like it, then running this can be just this in it. Well, yeah. This is the Max Might one. This is the, let's see. It is Counter-Strike, no Gore or Anjanath, Pungi 2, Knife 1. Right, it was -2 too because you're losing. Because you're... Why did I say 2? You can't make these. You can't make the names in the builds like build saver very long, so I have to use a lot of shorthands. Okay. There we go. So if you don't want to run Counter-Strike and Agitate and Max Mites, like one of them you don't want to run, because you don't like that particular playstyle, then this is going to you could either just swap out 3 for a different level 3, level 2, like 3 level 2 skill, like 3 levels of resentment, peak performance, whatever, or you can do this and you'll gain an extra agitator and the Arkveld set bonus, which, like, it's probably not worth compared to just swapping these out for level 2 decos, but like they can genuinely just be no level 2 skills you like. And an extra level of agitator is at least more damage, and the Arkveld's hunger is at least more comfiness, right? And you get an extra level of burst, which is a little bit extra raw. 2 extra raw, smile. But yeah, because like most of the good, all like the good level 2 skills are conditionals, right? You have Max Might, you have Resentment, you have Peak Performance, you have Counter Strike, you have Heroics for funny people. Oh, latent, right, latent power is a 3 slot. That's so fucking weird. Yeah, Pot Breaker, but Pot Breaker is bugged right now. It doesn't like even work properly. It only works on some attacks sometimes because it feels like it. You're not running Gore, so there's no reason to run Coalescence, and I don't know if it's good. I need a lot more testing to figure that out. You can run Stamina Surge, I guess. You can run Ambush, I guess, for sneak attacking. You can get up at least twice a hunt with Gilly Mantle. You can run like evade window decos, evade distance. Like you can run utility stuff basically, right? Like you can trade them out for the utility stuff, but like all of the good damage skills in 2 slots are tied behind conditionals. But yeah. Oh, I still have BRB, whatever. I am a great professional streamer who does this all the time and knows exactly what I am doing. I am best streamer person. And apparently, and as we all know, as Wilt knows very well, I'm very good at making sure that my mods have a realistic amount of chat to handle when it was just him with fucking over 4,000 people in the chat. I am so sorry again. I will never stop feeling bad about that. But yeah, like if you're not running Max Mites or you're not running Resentments or Counter Strike or any of those other conditional ones, you don't really have great damage options. And that's kind of why like the different kinds of builds based around different playstyles are important. Because maybe you don't want to get offset, but you are good at not getting hit hard, but you're not good at offsetting. Your weapon can't offset, or it can't have like a switch axe parry or a straight sword tackle. So you don't want to run. Counter Strike, right? Or you're just, even with Fulgur Anjanath, you're just not willing to play around Max Might because you like to roll spam a lot. In that case, getting the extra points of agitator and extra point of burst is still better than you not using skills you're just not going to like actually use, right? But like past this, there isn't really much you can do, because if you ditch the Counter Strike, you don't really get much out of it. like these 3 level 2 deco slots, you don't really get much of anything out of dropping them. And the part of the reason for that is that in order for burst to be efficient, you have to have the burst arm, you have to have the Odo arms or Odo head. The problem with that is that overlaps with the Fulgur head and the Arkveld arms. So you don't really gain much of any efficiency out of trying to add burst and losing Counter Strike. All the good pieces, like the mixture of like a good, efficient, good armor pieces will almost always have at least 3 level 2 deco slots. It's just kind of how it works. So you can't even really fit much more like burst or anything like level 3 slots in here. We just don't have the pieces for it. At least to maintain relatively same efficiency. So like you gotta slot in some 2 slot things, and those are the 2 best ones, Counter Strike and Max Might. But you have to play around them. You have your other offensive options, and everything else is just utility. When Pop Break is fixed, it might genuinely be good to run, but it's bugged right now. And that would literally just require, you know, swapping out the decos. Although there could be more efficient Pop Breaker pods because Guardian Arkveld has efficient Pop Breaker, so I'll have to look at that. But I haven't bothered because it's bugged. Okay, yeah. So that kind of explains, like, these are the non-gore meta options. There's a lot less variety because when you lose Gore, you don't have to make as many trade-offs. Right? Gore requires you to make trade-offs for a lot of things in terms of, like, how much Agitator, how much Weakness Exploit, whether using 1 or 2 sets of, like, 3 level 2 skills. But there really isn't trade-offs for this. You just run these. You just run these, and you get to use all of these skills. Because these are pretty much the ones you have left if you don't want to run Gore shit. So, I guess just to hover over them for a bit in case anyone wants to take a look. Yeah, so this is the one with the Anjanath 2-piece bonus, which is realistic for running Max Might. These are what the pieces look like. Fulgur helmets, Arkveld chest, Fulgur arms, Arkveld waist, and the hard greaves. And then deco-wise, we're just filling out the things, right? We have the 1 level 3 deco slot for chain, because burst 1 is mandatory on basically every raw build, unless you're, like, Greatsword, maybe Hunting Horn. Or you're just not good at hitting things, like, frequently. And then the rest is just sliding in our level, sliding in our level 2 skill. Alright, that should have been enough time for anyone to screenshot if they wanted to, or just rewind the VOD, whatever. And then the alternative is you can lose the Fulgur bonus. You can lose the Fulgur bonus and instead get 3 level 1 deco slots out of it, which is nice. But like I said, unless you can really stand your ground, it's a pain in the ass to use Max Might with without Fulgur. Of course, you can also swap these out for anything, because the level 2 skills in here are either decos or the charm. So you can use whatever combination of 6 level 2 skills you really want with this one. It's more flexible than the Fulgur one, because the Fulgur one locks you into Max Might. But, like, if you just want to run, like, any generic, like, whatever level 2 slots you care about, you run this one. Because you get 3 here, and then you get a talisman that can... Level 2 skills go up to 3, if you didn't know. So, like, that's why this is a Counter-Strike 3 deco, or charm. I guess you could run, like, bursts? Question mark? But that's like a 4 roll bonus. It's not a lot. Oh, wait, you can run Flare too because it's bugged right now. There you go. You can get rid of Max Might or Counter-Strike for Flare too because it's fucking bugged right now. Oh, that's fucking funny. I guess I could trade it for an Agitator, but that's really such a waste. Could have like 3 Counter-Strike even with bad uptime in exchange for 1 Agitator. And then, let's see. This one is where we get rid of one of those level 2 skills. So, like, get rid of Max Might, or we get rid of Counter-Strike. And we also get to run the Arc Vulcan 2-piece, or the Hungry 2-piece that gives us a little bit of healing. And we also have a lot more flexibility. We also can get, like, extra level of chain. We can get extra level of chain. We can max out Weakness Exploit and Agitator. The extra level of chain isn't very good. Like, we could just do, like, the 1 chain here instead. But then, like, this is just going to overcap us on Agi, right? So it's just kind of like, out of the 2 options, max Agi and 2 chain is... 2 burst is technically better. It is a bit cope. Because, like I said, the level 2 deco slots are super efficient. So, like, losing 3 of them doesn't get you much. But all the good level 2 skills are conditional, so that's why it's very playstyle dependent, and I like that, because I have to make all of these sets instead of being like, hey, everyone run one of these 2 sets if you don't have elements or gun. Like, it's nice how different it is now. and how like it's very playstyle dependent. Like, are you willing to play around max mites? Are you willing to play around Counter Strike? Are you willing? Do you want to have? Does your build have a bit more affinity, or that you would end up overcapping or not? Do you want to run Agitator or Wex because Agitator generally also gives you more skills, more damage, but also doesn't get more affinity on wounds, which might matter depending on your playstyle. Like, there's a lot of different playstyle things to consider now because so much is tied to conditional things. I really like that. Oh, the MV table from the beta? Sure. Let me find that for you real quick. But yeah, part of why like the Gore sets are so good is because you lose very little from not running Gore. Um, like these sets aren't that much more efficient. You do get some levels of like Agitator or Weakness Exploit or whatnot, but you lose Gore, and yeah, you don't gain that much out of it. And Gore's just so efficient, but it is harder to play around. Let's see here. Where is Ink for M? Oh wait, I don't have the link. Just literally just look up. Literally just look like MV Doc Monster Hunter Wilds, and it should be the first result. That's how I was told to find it. Is crit element bugged? I have heard it's bugged, and I haven't tested it myself because I don't feel like it. I don't got time for that. But yes, from what I have heard from other theory crafters, it is bugged currently. And even if it isn't bugged, the values are so low it's not worth using. Like, we don't know if it's a bug or if it's just really shit. It's a really shit skill, but it doesn't add enough damage to be worth it. Like, crit element just isn't worth it. Whether it's because it's bugged or whether it's because the values are low, I don't know if there's like a known consensus on that, but it's just got really low values. What was this? Oh, I mean for your EFR sheets? Huh? In response to you have link to the spreadsheet? Oh, it's in the description of the video. Oh, of this VOD slash, isn't it? Shit, did I fuck that up? I think it's in the description. Oh, fuck, that's right. I had to read. Okay, one sec. I gotta fix this. I accidentally, like, didn't save the description I wrote. And so this new one doesn't. It was supposed to have, like, Lord Vietnam's link to Lord Vietnam, as well as link to my spreadsheet, but apparently those didn't save, so here. Huge shout outs to Lord Vietnam for all of the skill testing he has done for the community. If you are reading this, go sub and watch and like his videos, or I will be very upset. There we go. And then also link to my basic beach minimal viable products EFR calculator sheet. I am under no delusions that like my sheet is particularly good. It's like literally the bare minimum I needed to calc the numbers I wanted to calc without having to write them manually every time. And there's also this one. The games with set searcher. There's a set searcher that seems pretty good for the most part. For the hour I was messing with it, it misses some things time, but finds all the. Okay, cool. Paste. Finds all the important skills. A good starting points for your specific sets. If nothing else. Yeah, I will say that the majority of like my final sets here were a little bit more efficient than some of the ones I would find on the set searcher, but it does seem overall pretty good. I haven't seen it like miss anything like dramatically big, right? Like I haven't seen it ever miss like be like, oh, you can't put this much agitator in, or you can't put this much weakness exploit in, or something like that. Okay. Well, that covers all the links. Okay, so it's all in the description now. If you want to check out any of those, they're in the description. My bad. I thought I put it in the description initially, but did not. What's the meta elemental DB armor? Funny you say that, because the next category, the next category we have is the burst sets. Okay, so burst is weird. So these first two burst sets are for like elements off set, like elemental versions of roll weapons, I guess. Um, although even then, like I don't like. Okay, so but excluding elemental charge blade, because that's its whole own thing. All elemental charge blade cares about is like magazine, so load shells too, and cram as much possible fucking element into the weapon as you can. I think they also sometimes run focus 3 for faster file charging, or at least focus 2. Uh, but this is going. So these first two are burst sets for weapons that are often that have like extra elements. So we're talking about like in this particular case, we're talking about element. Oh, we're talking about like a Savage Axe playstyle with element files, with elemental files, or even just a burst style with elements. With wait a second. Oh, or using burst instead of like Wex or agitator. Um, these calc with lower EFR like every time, right? Like the like at least for Charge Blade especially, these are just weaker than like the Wex and agitator versions. But if you really struggled to like damage things enough to keep agitator up, or you really struggle with hitting weak points, because you can just like because like we can swap this out for like an agitator, right? Or a counter strike or whatever. Like if you really struggle with Wex and just like don't want to put so much of your eggs in the basket of like weak point hitting, you can run something like this. You can run something like this, and it will be better than just running a lot of Wex and not hitting weak points like ever. Because Wex is conditional and you're hitting like weak points. It just means that your numbers aren't gray when you hit a thing. Like it's considered the weak point as long as the numbers you hit aren't gray. Gray is on hard hit zones that do a lot less damage and you sometimes bounce off of. Fuck, my mic just connected from my desk. One sec. Oh my gosh. Oh load. There are so many cables here. Almost there. And like instead of like max might, you can run Counter Strike or whatever. But like these are kind of like your quote unquote raw burst sets, or like in the case of Switch X, this would be like what you would run for Element File. Yeah, this is what you'll be able to run like for for Elemental File. But oh wait, I swap this out. What fucking element is this again? Oh wait, no. Wait, 1 second. I'm missing some. Rug. But yeah, flip this out for. Grab my. Why? Okay, I did not put the right weapon on here. 1 sec. Motherfucker. I think this is my only rare. Yep. Okay. Real quick. Crit element's bad. It has been tested to be bad by peeps. So we need enhancer. We're just gonna do enhancer 1. My actual gear uses my like 3-1 decos, but I don't like to use them for these builds because it makes it confusing for people to copy them, right? Unfortunately, oh, cool, I do have a stream. Cool. And then crit boost. And crit boost 3. Because crit element is bad. And also, elemental switch axe still does a lot of raw damage, mostly raw damage. Most likely, it's always been that way, and the numbers don't seem that different for me around with it. Yeah. Elemental switch axe still wants to run the crit boost because it still does a lot of raw damage, but you have the bonus damage from the element files, and element files charge faster. Oh, elemental files amp faster, which is cozy. It's just you have to deal with elemental matching to monster weaknesses. And yeah, we're still gonna run our utility power prolonger, but we're just swapping out our the crit boost 2 we have for water attack, and then we can run this burst setup. I don't know if this is better than just running the regular meta set, because I can test it against monsters, but that is not that is not sufficient testing. Like, I actually need to calculate it properly, but that requires me to know, again, motion values and elemental modifiers, which we don't have numbers for. And like, I can go to like specific monsters and be like, I'm gonna hit its head a few times with this weapon and get the numbers I get from that, but then what happens if I hit its a different body part? Or what happens if I fight a different monster who has a different ratio of like physical raw hit zone value versus elemental hit zone value? Like, for example, element weapons kind of suck against Arkfeld and Gore Magala, because they kind of have really shitty elemental hit zones, outside of like exceptions. Like when Arkfeld is in his like angry chain mode, his chains take a lot more elements, I believe. And when Gore Magala is in his like horny darkness mode, his head is like especially weak to dragon, but generally he doesn't take much dragon damage. But yeah, anyway, these are the most efficient burst setups I could make, basically, but I can't guarantee that they are the most efficient, right? Because I haven't calculated it, so I'm not comfortable saying that this is the absolute best possible option because I haven't calculated. And calculating it requires significantly more hours of testing than I am able or willing to put in right now. So for now, this is going to be the best that you get from me. I do actually need to say this because agitator is more important, though. Boop. Okay, yeah. Agitator is more important than Wex. Because my calculator was just borked earlier, apparently, when I tweaked these up. But yeah, so this one is going to be... This is fucking confusing. I'm just gonna... That. Okay, cool. 0. Again, For pure roll weapons, burst is just worse. The only really reason why you would run it is because you don't want to care about like you aren't confident in using Wicked Exploit. And even then, you still run Wex in it because there's really nothing better to put in. And it's most efficient when we have the 3 Wex from the armor pieces. But like, burst is not really worth it for roll outside of burst 1 because every build should have burst 1, right? If you can you can actually make burst work. But bursts, outside of using elemental, bursts 5 is not necessarily that good. That's why, like, I have an elemental switch axe here, for example. I don't have an elemental charge blade to, like, show off the problem. I have another elemental switch axe. I do have the fire. Oh, this is maxed out. Okay, never mind. Sounds like Lance? Yeah, well, yeah, elemental lance would probably make more sense with this than like a typical like Gore meta as fuck setup. Yeah, that makes sense. I could see that definitely. The only issue is that like without Fulgur and Jeanette, I mean, I guess you could probably run Max Might without Fulgur and Jeanette. I couldn't say from experience because they don't play Lance. But you know, if you're not hopping around too much and you have a decent amount of guard, it's probably fine. And if it's not, you can swap for like Counter-Strike, but Counter-Strike's kind of weird on Lance because it doesn't work on blocks, and if you get hits, it's kind of a pain in the ass to sheath your weapon on Lance. But it would be an option for that. You could, I mean, you can swap these out for other level 2 decos, basically. You have those level 2 decos as options. But yeah. So... Ugh. I was so excited for a rapid morph, and then it turns out it's not actually that good. Because Switch Axe all about that full release, baby. Fire, right? Yeah. Fire attack. Fire attack. And magazine, baby. Fuck, do I not have a oh, I guess it would be a magazine too, huh? Yeah. Sure, whatever. Just so that it's not as confusing, I guess. Because using the 3 1s can confuse people like, where are you getting that 1 level 1 from? Okay, there we go. And this one... And I was fucking tired when I made these. Yeah, this needs... Did I just overwrite? Wait, did I just overwrite? No, I equipped. Okay, cool. I got scared for a second. It is getting a bit late. Is fire the best element to make? I have no idea. I genuinely have no idea. I haven't bothered looking through all of like the elemental hit zones of like average monsters to look at, right? I mean, if you're like fighting, if you're primarily farming like 7+ star tempers, you're mostly fighting like Arkveld and Gore, then Dragon's the best because they're both weak to it, kind of. Like I said, that you're better off running like as much roll as you can, but still having Dragon element is like a bonus, I guess. But yeah, I couldn't tell you. I haven't bothered looking through to see like what on average is like the best element. I literally just made all elements for my dual blades. Okay, yeah. Ooh. Yeah, okay. So anyway, let's fire one. Pop in. Wait a second. Am I throwing again? Yeah, I'm throwing again. Shit. Let's start with this one. I'm throwing again. I did overwrite the one I had put together, motherfucker. I'm throwing. Why does this have magazine in it? Power Pro longer. Critical. Oh wait, no. Okay. Now it's finally correct. Jesus fucking Christ. But yeah, this is kind of your, this will be kind of your standard set for that. This is not the dual blade sets necessarily. I mean, can be. Hmm. Yeah. So this is not a dual blade set because it runs max might, right? And max might can be a little challenging to run anyway. Wait, what is it? Okay, I've confused the fuck out of myself. 1 second. Oh, right. These are the Gore sets. Okay, never mind. Yeah, okay, we're good. Yeah, we're good. Okay, so anyway, for weapons you can run max might on and you want to. You can do this and run max might, right? And this one is the one that has it has 2-piece Odo and 2-piece Arcveld, so you get a little healing from cutting things up, and then you also get 3 more raw and 3 extra seconds, I think it is, for your burst. For your burst before it goes inactive because of the Odo set. Imagine if magazine gave you a huge chunk of gauge on swags. I wish. I wish, Doug. Is the audio really soft? Oh, and I move away from my mic. That might have been the problem. Yeah, I think I just... Oh, it's because when I mic... My mic arm got adjusted when I was trying to rescrew it into my table on my counter. Desk. Desk, that's the word. Bleh, brain. Let me turn it up a little bit, though. I'm also not talking that loudly because it's kind of late, but it's the weekend, so everyone's awake anyway. Okay, anyway. You're running max might on, like, say, a Switch X or something like that. I mean, it's, again, hard to do without the Fogger and Janeth set, but this is basically what you would run. You can also swap out max might for anything else, really. And this keeps the 2-piece Odo for the extra damage, the extra 3 raw in burst, as well as longer time before burst wears off. And the Arc Vulcan for the extra, for like a little bit of healing from hitting things, and 2 level 1 deco slots. Oh, there's the armor. If anyone wants to like take a look-see-loo or like screenshot or whatever. 5, 4, 3, 1. And these are the decos you can throw in there. Again, you can swap the max out for literally anything else that's level 2 slot. You can run Counter Strike in there, you can run Resentment, Peak Before. Max Might and Counter Strike are just the most efficient ones to use. And then we can... Actually, now that I think about it, I didn't calculate if in this case Wexel Burst is better, because we're missing like a lot. Let's do math. First door. 4. Okay. First 5. Boost. Sure, max might, no Counter Strike. Agitator. 4. Wex is 3? What did I say? Oh, that's a different set. Okay. Might max, Agitator. Oh my gosh. My keyboard doesn't backlight anymore, so I press the wrong keys a lot. Okay, this is with agitator. Assumption is 90% uptime. Let's drop it to 80% because we're not looking like speedrunner sets anymore anyway. Antivirus isn't even in the sets. Oh, it is. Why is it in the set? Okay, I missed that. Let's assume, I don't know, I hit around like 80-85%, but I don't know what normal people hit with agitator. Let's just give it 80%. And same with like weakness exploit, we'll put that 80% for uptime. It bothers me that this is not formatting the same way. Oh. Max might. Kind of hard without Angina, so let's put like 10%. Damn it. Okay. Works 80%. Burst to 99% because it's kind of it's even easier. We'll just put 100. The first 5 hits are inconsequential, and it's even easier to keep up with the 2-piece auto. Weird bonus of 3 raw from Odo set. Crit boost is up all the time when you crit. Structure affinity bonuses. And yeah, we'll just go with like. We'll go with like. Ugh, okay, you're doing an element weapon, right? So you're gonna need 1 or 2 sharpness, and then you're gonna need like. You ideally want like 3 element. So we'll just do 2 and 2 for raw and affinity, I guess, to kind of keep it stimulated to rough average. So that's 15%. 100. Because a lot of the damage is going to be from element anyway. And yeah, that should be it. Yeah, Agi 4, Wex 3. Okay, so obviously this number is low because it's for elemental. Like, you should not really be running burst if you don't have elemental, because you can see how weak it is as just a raw option, right? Like, we compare that to like the meta non are these the Gore sets? Yeah, these are the Gore sets. But we compare them to like anything in the ballpark. Like, these are like the meta holy shit. Holy shit, I am speedrunner, go fast, stupid sort of sets. You can see how much lower it is. Burst is not good for raw at past level 1. Like, it is not good. Like, you should not be running more than 1 bursts unless it's like free, like that one set we showed off where you get 2 bursts, because like you literally can't get anything else more useful. Like, it is not good for raw. If you are running a non-elemental weapon, don't run burst 5. You lose so much fucking damage. It's just not really worth it. The only exception is if just, I guess, you don't want to deal with Wex as much, but it's not really a good reason. This is with max smite though. Let's look at no max smites, and you're running Counter Strike instead. Unsurprisingly, is better because Counter Strike is a lot of fucking raw. But literally fucking what, like 0.3% better? Oh wait, oh, go the wrong way. Oh, it's actually a what? Wait, it's 1.4. Really? Damn. Okay, 1.4% better. Wait, really? That's a 5 difference. I guess 5 is higher than 3. Okay, yeah, whatever. 1.4% difference. Not that noticeable. Just depends on whether you run Max Smite or Counter Strike. And then, I mean, you could just ditch both for utility stuff, and it's very noticeable. But 3, 2, util. 3-2 util, so, I mean, significant damage loss not running either of these, right? Which is why, like, I keep recommending Max Might and, Counter-Strike so much. They're incredibly efficient skills. As you can see, if we swap these out for, like, I don't know, 3 Stamina Surge or something, you're losing 10.5% of your damage. Like, it's significant. They are that good, which is why they are worth learning to play around or trying to match up with your playstyle, right? That is an absurdly large amount of damage gain. Although, that being said, maybe you prefer utility over having to play a specific playstyle or match something to your playstyle that gives you 10% more damage. Maybe you just don't care about 10%, and that's fine. Run what you like to run. Me, personally, I like my numbers to be 10% bigger. Big number or small number in case of hunt time, make dopamine go burr. Okay. And then we're gonna compare that to... what was it? Wex 5 Agi. We'll do the exact same thing, but with Wex 5 Agi instead. I just want to see if... I'm pretty sure Agi should be better, but we'll... see. Like Agi 2 with... we'll do, first one was Max Might. Oh, damn, I might be wrong. This is why we calc. Yo, yo, look at that. Oh my god, I can't hit the minus key. Yo, look at that though. Holy shit. Running 2 agitator in the charm instead of 2 weakness exploit gets us a solid 0.73% EFR increase. Let's fucking go. Let's go. I love my 100 damage number rounding up to an extra 1 on top of it. Let's go. Holy shit. Yeah, so, you know, it's not that big of a difference. Technically, Agitator 4 and Weakness Exploit 5 or 3 is better than Agitator 2 and Weakness Exploit 5, but we're talking, like, rounding errors level of difference, right? The point is, both of the skills are very important, I guess. Yeah, Wex might get a little... I wonder if Wex might get ahead if we had Crit Boost 5, but, like, these weapons can't run Crit Boost 5 if you're running Elemental File, so... Oh, you read Counter-Strike works with getting knocked back with guards, so it doesn't work in the training area. I don't know if it actually works in Hunt, though, because the training area has been known to be bugged. Like, for example, the training area, the switch axe offset doesn't trigger counterattack unless you're, like, at this really specific, weird angle, like, kind of to the left side, pointing towards it, and you're, like, and your chest is, like, 1.5 feet away. Then, in that exact spot and angle, it'll count. But otherwise, it just doesn't count your offset attack. It's fucking weird. So, you know what? Let's finish up going over these sets, and then I want to test Counter-Strike real quick with Block, and then we'll just do a quick summary, and then I'll hop off, because it's late. I might come back later as well for, like, a late-night stream doing ZZZ content, but, like, I want to finish this up, and then I need to finish all my ZZZ, like, events content, because I still haven't done all of it, and I don't have much time tomorrow to do it, because tomorrow is, like, D&D with my mates, with my peeps. I say mates, but they're not all masks, so yeah, my peeps. D&D funny. Okay. So yeah, now, we're not gonna run Max Might, right? Then we're gonna run something else, because Dual Blades. Like, Dual Blades can't use Max Might. I don't care if you run 4 Anjanath, you can maybe slightly use it, but you lose so much skill efficiency with 4 Anjanath. The reason why you keep seeing that these are all, like, 2 Odogaron, 2 Anjanath, to Gore is because most of these sets have 2 or 3 good pieces in them. So if you want the 4 set, you have to have a garbage piece on your build. And it's not really worth the trade-off. Like, if we just look like Odegaran, right? Ebony Helm. It's a 3-3-2. 2 burst, level 2 slot. Arms, 3-3. Not the best, but still pretty good. Do I own the Odo chest? No. Back. I feel it necessary to show off how terrible this is. Game. Get map, game. Please, map. Yes, thank you, map. Fuck. Why can't I press buttons like sane person presses buttons? That is really weird. I thought maybe I was just doing something wrong when testing it against monsters. Yeah, I mean, like, we'll do a quick check real quick. I don't have... I mean, I'll just use Charge Blade. I don't have any, like, lances or anything built. But... yeah, I mean, I heard multiple reports from different people that it triggered on, like, blocks. But I couldn't get it to work in the training area, so I'm wondering if that is, like, a training area bug thing. But we can very quickly test that. Yeah, real quick. Okay. Ebony Head. It's good. 3-3-2. Ebony Arms. Alpha, because we go to a 3-2-1 instead of a 3-3, and 3-3 is just better for if you're running burst. So yeah, it's a 3-3 and a 3-3-2. Very good efficiency. Chest. It's a 2-2 with earplugs. Waist is a 3-2-1. Legs is a 2-1 with earplugs and Divine Blessing. Like, the best you could really do is throw in these arms, but, like, keep in mind, like... oh, sorry, throw in this chest. Ah, shit, it's midnight. The best you can do is, like, throw in this chest, but keep in mind, like, the thing we're trading out for that is something like Guardian Arkfeld, which is a 3-3-2. You can get 2 weakness exploit, and agitator, and a level 2 skill in there. And Odo is giving us oh my gosh, where is it? And Odo will give us 2 level 2s instead, so we can't even get like more agitator or Wex, which are very strong if you haven't noticed. And that's just to get... and then we also have to use the wastes, which is still not very good. It's a 3-2-1. Versus, like, what we're currently running, which is a 3-3. Which, frankly, the 3-3 is more important. Especially because, like, burst sets don't really have that many level 2s that, like, work as well with them. Just because of how they play. So, yeah. 4-piece Odo is kind of cope. You lose a lot of efficiency for it. And you don't gain much out of it. And same with the Anjanath. Anjanath has 2 good pieces, the rest are kind of garbage. Midnight before or after daylight savings? I live in Arizona. We don't observe daylight savings. It's not a thing over here. Okay. Now, that's it. Alright. So yeah. This is the max Mightless setup. Actually, real quick. Let me adjust this one as well to have Agi instead. Because... oh wait, shit, I think I can. Yeah, no, this is actually designed to be a Wex setup. Right. But, by doing this... so basically, this one gets rid of the Odo bonus, and the trade-off is that you get the trade-off. Oh, you get 2 Arkveld out of it. Oh yeah, that's right. Basically, if you don't mind losing the Odogaron set bonus, which is like 3 raw and longer burst, like longer burst falls off, which is not terrible. You can instead trade it out for basically still the same efficiency. Basically still the same efficiency, but you can get 3 level 1 deco slots out of it. So if you really care about like, and you get 2 arc belt for like healing as well. So if you really, oh wait, no, you already have that on the no, you don't have that on the other one. Do you? Yeah, so you lose Odo set bonus, and in exchange you get 3 level 1 deco slots. That might be more worth it for you, because I don't really have level 1 decos I care about, but a lot of people do. They like to run free meal, or gobbler, or stun resist, or things like that. So, good, so that's definitely an option. This is the one with dual blades. It is literally the same, but we just don't have... It's literally the same, but we run Counter-Strike instead, but also the dual blades are attached to it. That's this one too, real quick. Now that we know Agitator is better, because my calculator was fucked up. Yep, that is better. We calced it. This one, right? Yes, that's the Gore one. Sorry, it's getting late on my try. That's good for... Okay. Oh, no. Okay. But yeah, just real quick. Leave that on screen. If anyone wants to like screenshot it real quick while I eat these nuts. Nuts. And I am far away from the mic because I don't want you to hear me crunching as much, I guess. Unless you're into that kind of ASMR. I can get real close. Oh wait, it's not even catch. My noise gate is so high I can't even hear me crunching the nuts. Yeah, doesn't even catch it. Alright. Oh no, for Gunlance? I don't know. You will do more shell damage with bursts than you will with like Fulgur higher crit setups, right? But you'll do less damage with like your physical raw critting attacks. And I don't know what the percentage is on that, so it's kind of hard to calculate. But basically, if you want more shelling damage, run this. There's actually probably a better setup for shelling, because you can easily get Agi 5 and just destroy your weakness exploit. But like Agi 5, Burst 5, Defensive Guard on your weapon, obviously, but that's not related to your build. Counter-Strike, if it works, we're gonna test that in a second. Just anything that gives you more roll, like more raw attack, makes your shelling better. That and artillery, basically how you make your shelling better. That wise. So out of all of them, this will be the best one, but I haven't really made one designed specifically for Gunlance because I don't know what the ratios of damage are, and that's kind of the important part. Like, this could be better than a pure raw setup that doesn't have any kind of crit in it, right? Or this could be better if you do a decent amount enough crit damage that justifies losing a few points of attack for your shelling. And as I understand, I mean, normal full burst is always going to have, like, a good amount of EFR damage, so you want to probably, honestly, run one of the earlier sets. Because you lose so much. As for wide Gunlance, as I understand it, also uses a decent amount of Wyvern staking. So, that may also matter. I don't know what percentage of your damage comes from, like, Wyvern staking or poking or anything like that. And I have zero idea how long Gunlance works. I assume it just charges like normal. I don't play Gunlance. My good friend Port does, though, so he shared some things. ask me some things about it, but I don't play it. Same in World and basically any of these games. I just don't really like playing lances. Like, the only weapon I play that can block is fucking Charge Blade. And like Charge Blade, the way I play it doesn't even really block much. I blocked I perfect guard one time to like start the cabbage axe, and then I'm in axe mode, making thing go burr, and rolling and dodging shit and making thing go burr. I don't really ever block it. I don't really like the SAD spam playstyle as much, which way you actually can get more blocking going on. Okay, and then here is the decos, or whatever, while I eat these nuts. Have you run numbers for Bowgun? I have not. I have not, and honestly don't know if I'll get around to it. If any of like the theory crafters and like set builders from like back in the day, or anyone like that I trust runs numbers for it and I look over them, then like I'll happily share that stuff. Because like back in the day too, that's also how like a lot of the like bowgun stuff, especially because I didn't really play much bowgun until like really deep into Monster Hunter World, because at that point I was like, I'm just gonna learn every fucking weapon. And I learned everything except Hunting Horn. I still will never learn Hunting Horn. But one of our peeps in back in the day, Chad is obsessed with bowgun. So like even before I could have a chance to look at it when Iceborne came out, because I was like crunching all of the other sets, Chad's like, here are the meta sets, and I looked over his numbers like, yeah, no, those look like the best. Thanks, Chad. Oh yeah, that's right. Thank you for reminding me. Yeah, check out Fumetto. Fumetto is the leader of the Gunners Guild, as they say. And if you want anyone to talk about like bowgun, light heavy bowgun, basically the gunner classes, like the gunner weapons, Fumetto is 100% your person to go to. God, I haven't talked to Fumetto in ages. I should reconnect. Fumetto's a really cool guy. Okay, but yeah, that is that one. So yeah, this is gonna be... Generically, this is probably just gonna be a dual blade set. Again, I can't guarantee this is the absolute... this fits the most good skills in, but I can't guarantee that this is the most optimal. Because unless I get accurate values for the motion values, so the physical damage, overall physical damage of every attack dual blades has in all of its damage rotations, because they're all gonna be different, as well as the elemental coefficients, so how much element damage they do for every one of those attacks, I cannot with 100% certainty say this is the absolute best, because I can't accurately calculate the damage numbers. Because, like, for example, dual blades in World and Iceborne did roughly 30 to 35% of its damage as elements in its normal comboing. But I have no idea what the ratio is like in this game, and I'm not confident saying this is the absolute best one possible unless I calculate it. So for now, this is what I run. It is a very good set. We run crit boost because crit element is garbage. People have tested it and it's just really bad. And like I said, historically, dual blades still deal like at around 70% of the damage is physical. And so crit boost is the best physical skill you can throw on your weapon, basically. Especially since we have some Wex and Agitator in here still. Burst is just very good though, because it gives you like a decent amount of raw and a good amount of element too, so it's, you know, you get the double dip. If you're running like non-elemental with Burst, it's kind of a throw, except for maybe Gunlance. Again, I'm not really super familiar with it, haven't done any calcs. But yeah, this is what I run for my dual blades. And just like, oh wait, let me change this. This is gonna confuse me. Because these are my 3-1 decos, and it's confused. Fuck! I forgot. I literally don't have literally don't have a Frost deco that isn't a 3-1. I have somehow managed to get 0 just Frost 3 decos. Okay, let's change this to like, just like a water, I guess. Jesus. How have I managed to roll no just straight normal Frost 3s? That's crazy. Hunting Horn is bugged. It's not properly calculating the Echo Babble damage. Interesting. Oh wait, it's not taking into account raw multipliers? That's weird. So it doesn't, like, scale with raw right now? That's fucking weird. I hope that is a bug and not intended design, because that would really suck. Yeah, only scales with base value? Yeah, I mean... have we had stuff like that in the past? I want to say we've had base raw only based like MVs before in the past, but... Shit, what charge rate impact files like that in World? I can't remember. Either way, like, that is a very possible intended thing then, but still sucks, but is a possible intended thing. Interesting. And will they do more with the echo buffs? Yeah, that is unfortunate. I'm sorry. Yeah, I hope it's not intentional, but it sounds like it could be, and it would be a weird choice, but it is a choice they could realistically make. Okay, let's save it this way because it's a lot less confusing to not have the random handicraft and shit in there. Okay. But yeah. Yeah, that is... this is just generically... this is what I run for dual blades. Like I said, it fits in, like, the most amount of good skills it can. It's just... I don't know... like, I don't know if it's 100% the best because I can't calculate it. It would require a lot more work to calculate it. Or it requires someone to, like, actually do the testing needed for it because I don't have the time to do it. All I know is that this makes me do funny big number on dual blades, and is the most optimal it can get based on just, like, prioritizing the best skills, basically. But yeah, haven't been able to calculate it because the testing that would be needed for that, or like the data mining needed for that, hasn't been done, and I'm not doing it. Okay, now we have the Gore version. Which, motherfucker, I gotta switch this again. Ice one is just weird. Why don't I have Frost 3? Why do I only have Frost 3 with other random bullshit? There we go. Save that. Okay. Motherfucker. So this is our Gore setup with antivirus. I want Wex? I need to recalc that because now that I've realized my agitator calculator was broken, it's probably actually better to run agitator than Wex. Which I could possibly overcap with. Let's check it real quick. Bursto. X5. Alright. So CB5. Wex5. No Max Might. Counter-Strike 3. Antivirus 3. Burst 5. 5. Exploit 5. Counter-Strike Antivirus. Okay, yeah, that's everything. Oh, I have to remove the agitator though. Okay. So, that's that one. And so, yeah, someone in the chat earlier was asking about how it compares with the, Gore ones. Well, here you go. Fuck. Wrong button. Here you go. This is Gore, this is no Gore. Oh, wait, no. We're looking at this one, actually. Let me move these out the way, because they're weird separate things that just kind of showcase like how important level 3 skills are. Okay. Delete that. All right. So let's take a look. Pulls to this. This. So yeah, running Gore is gonna be about a 5.7% increase. Why is my uptime formula? Again. When did it break? I fixed this yesterday. Jesus. Copy the. Nope. Okay, fine. Probably is equal to 1 minus 1.4 multiplied by, oh my god, where is the fucking asterisk key? Multiplied by this affinity plus any weird bonus affinity. And then this needs to be in brackets. Otherwise, order of operations will fuck with it. And that gives us... What? Why is it negative? Huh? I mean, that would be +1 again afterwards, but why the fuck is it what the fuck? What did I fuck up here? Fuck, I did 1 minus. Okay. That makes way more sense. Okay, cool. Formats. Number. Sands. Okay, cool. So yeah, it's an 11 affinity drop if we assume the 80% uptime for Wex and for antivirus. And then this is equal to I-20? I-20? Oop. Cool. Okay, that's actually accurate now. Copy. A special. Yeah, how the fuck did it break? It was accounted for in these other. What the fuck ever. Oh, actually, it's probably only changing because of the raw date changes from agitator, and this doesn't have agitator. Yeah, that makes sense. That explains why it's such a small difference. Whatever. Don't feel like adjusting that now. The important thing is we know better. But yeah. So we are looking at. Divided by 5.7. So we're looking at about a 5.8% increase in damage using the Gore set versus not using the Gore set. Because it's not as huge because we have burst in there already. Yeah, it's not. That is still a significant damage increase, but not as crazy as some of the other bursts, as like Gore is on other weapons, because Gore affects all raw damage, being critical multiplier, but this has less raw damage because it's an elemental setup. So it is going to be 5.8%, which is still a decent amount, but if you don't like running Gore, you don't have to run it. EFR means effective roll, yeah. The combined value that comes from your your raw attack from base and skills and sharpness multiplier, and then your multipliers. Number that they take to figure out how big a number is for one of them at least. But yeah, here is the set if you want to take a look at it. Oh shit. If you want to take a look at it, I'm gonna go pee real quick. We're almost done, smile. I'm back from peeing. Is it worth trading 2 Wex for 3 offensive guard? There's a separate deco slots. Are you like trading out 2 Wex for... Wait, is there an armor piece with offensive guard on it? Question mark? Because offensive guard's a weapon deco. I thought there wasn't any, like, I thought offensive guard wasn't on any armor pieces. I couldn't find it on the skill searcher. Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. I mean, ideally, you would want to have at least critical boost 3 and offensive guard. Yeah, ideally, you want to have critical boost 3 and offensive guard, and then like one other level 3 slot on a arsenal weapon used for something else. But if you had to pick between the two, and if you can keep high uptime, offensive guard. Offensive guard, if you can keep high uptime, that's the difficult part because it only lasts for 12 seconds. Like, it doesn't have a long timer. But if you can keep it up for like a good uptime, it's the single strongest weapon deco skill in the game. 15%. It's 15% of your base raw, not total raw. It's tested that. It's 50% of your base raw. So if you have a 200 raw weapon, it is 30 extra raw when it's active. There is not anything in the weapon deco slot that competes with that. That is higher than 3 levels of Counter-Strike, and that's saying something because it's Counter-Strike. Okay. Okay, but yeah. Or not the hugest increase, but it is an increase. I do wonder now though, because no, I can't shift it to agitate. Problem because of the ebony. Like, this would probably be better if I could move to like 3 or 5 agitator and like 2 or 0 Wex, but it's not really possible. I can do here real quick. Actually, do this. Calc it real quick because. Oh wait, no, yeah, we can get a significant amount of agitate. I'm dumb. It could just end up being percent differences, so. Like, the previous setup would definitely be better if crit element wasn't shit. But crit element is garbage. Sadly. Okay. The Burst Dogor. Okay. Free bonus from there. So instead we're gonna have Agi 4, Wex 1, versus still 5, Crit Boost still 5, Counter Strike is still 5, Antivirus is still 5. Okay, cool. So the only real adjustment is changing it to Agitator. Hooray! Incredibly minimal differences. Yay! I love minimal gains of sub 1%. Yo, wait, no, that's actually a 1.5%. Let's go. Wow. Of course, this doesn't account for the extra affinity you get on hitting a wound because uptime assumptions for that are just too variable and absurd for me to include it. So, like, in theory, Wex is better if you if you don't whiff that much with on weak points and you hit a few wounds. It'll outperform it. Under that assumption. What am I doing? 1.51%. Let's go. That's actually not a terrible damage increase. Or like a swap of skills. But like I said, Wex will start to outperform if you land decent uptime. So in this case, if you're landing like around 80% uptime on weakness exploit, and you're also hitting a lot of wounds, then you'll outperform Agitator by a bit. Meta Gunlance? No, it's unfortunately one I haven't looked into. My friend Port mains Gunlance and has some sets and stuff, but like I have not looked into it at all. Okay. So yeah, this is slightly better, so we'll save this. Yes. Yes? Yes. Yes? Yes. But yeah, this is what I run personally. I think I kept saying I was running this one, but that's not true. I run Gore because I like Gore. I think it's more fun. And it is like a, 5.85, like 6% damage increase. It's not super significant, but it matters to me. But like, that's not an insane damage loss not running like, because this also gives you like hunger too, so you get the heal off of hits. It's not a lot of healing from like 2 Arc Veld, but it's healing. But personally, I run Gore because Gore funny. And I like slightly bigger number, even if it's only 5% bigger. Okay. This one is... Oh shit, right. Yeah, okay. Took me a second to understand my fucking shorthand. And also because I swapped the skills out to Agitator, so that also got a little confuzzled. Oh wait, no, this one has to be... Right, this... Actually... Okay, whatever. This is why the stream says finalizing, because not all of these are perfect. Especially because apparently my calculator was fucked for a day. Yeah, no, I mean, yeah. Okay, so difference here is that this is the exact same efficiency. In fact, it's probably why I had Wex on the other comparison. Shit. Yeah, let me swap this one back over. It makes it a clearer comparison between the two. It's less, like, confused. I can just mention that, like, we're talking, like, less than, like 1 to less % of difference anyway. And that's, I mean, you don't ever hit a wound either, so then again, it doesn't matter if you're 100% efficient, if you're already at 100% affinity anyway, but yeah. Okay. This just makes that's why I had it on Wex. That makes sense. Keeps it more clear, the difference. Okay, so basically what's happening here, this is, if you want to have more comfort level 1 skills, you can trade out the 3 raw and the extra time before burst falls off of 2-piece Odo by swapping to the Arc Belt Van Braces, and you can have the exact same skills, but you'll gain 3 level 1 slots. It's worth taking the Agi 5 down to 4 to squeeze and burst 1? Absolutely. If you can lose, like, even if it's the 5th level of Weakness Exploit or Agitator, which are, like, higher than the other levels, it's still better than just get burst 1. It's so good. As long as you can keep it up, and most weapons can, but some have to be more aggressive than others, right? But if you can keep it up with a decent uptime, it is the best single level 3 deco in the game. Most skills are busted in the work for bowguns. I am so sorry. Yeah, I don't really know what the bowgun life is like. My friend Sniper mains bow and just started messing around with bowgun, so I guess some of his feedback at some point. I need to check to see if Chad is, like, actually still around and playing. I have a lot of people I need to reconnect with now that Wilds is out. But yeah, so the only difference with this one, you lose the Odo set bonus, which is 3 raw and a bit more leniency. But you do get these level 1 deco slots, which I know for some people is, like, a big deal. Some people really like to run quick sheaths. Some people really like to run gobblers so they can drink their potions faster. Like, some people like to run stun resistance because they eat shit and then get stunned and cards. Because this will still give you all of the exact same important skills, you just lose the Odo Garam bonus. You can see this is one with the doggo, this is one without... How did I name it? That's confusing. That's probably why I... Oh, dog. Minus... minus M and dog, 3-1. Fuck you. God damn it. Why does it let me type extra characters if they can't show anyway? Fine. Be that way. Okay. But yeah. Literally the only difference is just swapping the Odo arms for the Arkveld arms. So you're losing the bonus, but it's just as efficient. You swap around a few decos, basically. So here is the set, if anyone wants to, like, shot it. I gotta fuck with this earpiece real quick anyway. And then here is the decos, if anyone wants to snap. Maybe it would if you have an ultra-wide screen. I mean, I apologize if it sounds like I was making fun. I'm not making fun of your stun resist. That's why I, like, wanted to work out sets that could have that comfiness option, right? Because, like, you're just losing, like, 3 raw and extra burst timer for stun resist, which honestly is not a bad idea. I mean, I had several cards. I started playing this game to stuns. I'm just too stubborn to run it. I'm like, oh, well, that's just me having a skill issue. Why? I just need to not get hit. Easy. Then next time I get hit. Well, next time I won't get hit. Then I get hit. But that's more fun to me personally. Even if it is kind of me being an idiot a lot of the time. Oh, I know you're kidding, but I also felt like I should make it clear to the rest of chat in case if they're not very familiar with me, if they're like there's always a concern I have that if people are familiar with like our Iceborne and Worlds community, or familiar with people who are familiar with that, but have never like actually really like joined me in stream or things like that, or like engaged a lot with like my content or and some of my later videos and stuff. They might get the impression that we're like a pretty elitist community, because we've had problems with that in the community in the past with like Mathless Nest, and I don't really even engage much in Mathless Nest. Like I kind of kept myself very separate from it. So when I say community, I'm also mean the people hanging out with me in chat right now, because it's kind of more of like, I guess, my community. Tuner's the one who like handles all the Discord stuff for the most part. I just chose to like not be too involved. But yeah, so I just don't want anyone coming in to think that like I'm being elitist, because there's definitely been we've definitely had issues with like people in the community, or like people who like the videos or watch the videos being elitist, because like they are meta sets, right? Like we're talking about mathematically optimal things. But even though we tried to keep like later on we started adding in like a preface at the beginning of like, hey, don't be fucking elitist, let people play how they want to play. There was still a lot of issues with like people being elitist, and like being like, no, you have to run these sets, blah, 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 blah. And I'm not about that, you know. I recognize that it's my dumbass that dopamine go burr with bigger number or fast or like lower quest timer. So I don't run any quality of life stuff, and that sometimes fucks me over, but I don't care because it's funnier when I have bigger number. I am Monkey. I am Monkey Trash Pander, and bigger number funny. Well, utility skills make me have more consistent number? Probably, but bigger number funny. Following you guys since Iceborne Monster Hunter Math. Love that shit. Oh, I'm glad to hear. Glad to hear. Yeah, it's nice to be back, but like I said, videos are going to be a challenge. That's why I wanted to do this on the stream, and when I like summarize all the sets at the end, I'll probably cut that into like a video or something. If I do videos, it's just going to be like the classic like streamer video where you just cut a bunch of clips of you talking about stuff together to make a quote-unquote guide, right? Because I ain't got time to like actually edit and actually record shit right now. I just want to have fun streaming and like sharing information, but I just don't. Exams are coming up, and I have a data science project coming up too for my program for data science course, so I just do not have the extra mental energy, time, or fucking anything for like working on videos. It's a lot more effort than me just fucking streaming and yapping. Arkveld Gunlance go boom. Smile. Agi, yes. Burst, probably also, but it depends on what kind of Gunlance playstyle you're doing, and it depends on how much you care about your shelling number being bigger, or you want the other like physical attacks you do to be bigger. Because like as I said, even Wide like still uses a lot of Wyvern Stake, which is EFR based physical crit damage. And then normal, of course, is smacking things constantly, so they actually do care about that. And in that case, something like Weakness Exploit and Crit Boost might be better than Burst, because Burst doesn't give you a lot of raw damage after the first level. Like, it's one of the only things that is like very easy to like get extra raw from, but past level 1, it's not that efficient. But yeah, anyway, God, throat. Alright, so yeah, that is the Gore. Those are the 2 Gore sets. If you also really want to have the comfiness of like Arkveld healing, you can also do this and swap out the Ebony helmet for an Arc Vulcan helmet. Basically, this will cost you a weakness exploit. It gets you a convert element, which I honestly think is kind of a fucking meme. Well, I mean, it's something. There's probably gonna be some speedruns that do it because it's like a speedrun strat you can do, right? Of like running like Counter Strike and convert element and intentionally eating an elemental hit at the beginning so you have extra dragon damage or something. But like, I don't know. I think it's kind of a meme. I haven't tested it much, but it just doesn't seem like it's a weird skill. But yeah, if you swap out the Ebony Helm for the Arc Vulcan Helm, you can lose one weakness exploit, but get the Arc Vulcan 2 sets, while also maintaining while getting also an extra level 1 deco slot. So now you have 4 level 1 deco slots. You have the Arc Veld healing, which isn't super great, but it is still healing, right? With Gore, and it costs you 1 weakness exploit, which is not insignificant, but it's a worthwhile trade for people who would prefer to have that little extra healing and wants to have 4 level 1 deco slots, right? It's a minimal trade-off for that. My failure to dodge is part of the plan. Does it work with Floorboard? I have no fucking idea. I have no idea. I have not done any testing on it at all because I'm prioritizing testing like part of the reason I wanted the stream to happen like 2 hours earlier, but then I realized that I haven't ever hard tested what and how like Gore works. I've just been running off of assumptions from like I've been running off of what other people have told me. I was like, wait, shit, I've never tested this. I should. But then I was like, oh shit, it might be bugged in the training area, so I had to go into hunts and go like beat up Chadacabras and then run around timing how long shit lasts and all of this, and then making sure that it didn't have like an undisplayed hidden roll bonus or something. So I had to do like 4 Chadacabra hunts because the parts kept fucking breaking. And it was a whole thing. But yeah, like I've been focusing on testing the stuff that is more important to me because A, it's the stuff I play, and B, it's the more generally useful stuff, right? Like raw EFR sets, which has been everything except for these burst sets we're covering at the end, those are the most important builds to cover, because that covers like over 70% of weapons and playstyles. Like, it doesn't cover gunners, it doesn't cover elements, and it doesn't cover like specific weird things like Gunlance, because Gunlance is weird. It still covers Charge Blade, unless you're doing SAED, because Charge Blade's, like, its important skills go in the weapon. It still just wants as much, like, Savage Axe damage as possible. So, like, it covers, like, 70% of things, so it's kind of the priority for me to test and build stuff for. I definitely want to get more in-depth with elemental builds, because dual blades, and also, I don't know, elemental style charge blades. Cabbage Axe sounds funny. I don't think I'll like it as much, because the stun is part of what makes charge blades so nice. But, yeah, I don't know. I will probably be working on those next, but that will be a while from now, because, quite frankly, I just don't have the time. But yeah, trade off 1 weakness exploit, you get 2-piece Arc Vulcan helmet, and you get an extra level 1 deco slot, so definitely more comfortable in exchange for like the 1 weakness exploit. And then, oh, I guess I should probably show this off, right? Yeah, wanna take a look at that. It takes so long to farm all those elemental weapons. True, but also, that's just like the end game grind, you know? It's like every Monster Hunter game has an end game grind. It's like, in Monster Hunter World, you're farming decorations. In Rise, you're farming garbage RNG charms. I fucking hated that shit so much. It was so bad. And it was so bad, especially for speedrunners, because there were like, literally charms in the fucking, like, or talismans or whatever in the fucking game files that had like sub 0.02% chance of dropping, but were the most optimal. And they basically had to come to a consensus of, you can't use these charms in your runs unless you can legitimately prove you got it normally and you didn't mod it in, basically. Like, that was so bad. But in this game, it's like partly decos, because you kind of want good like 3-1 decos, right? For your weapons, but a lot of it is just farming Arshan weapons. It's kind of what we do our end-game grind for, is Arshan weapons and decos. Like, it sucks to build 5 of them, but it's something to do and work towards, you know? And every Monster Hunter game's been like that. There's like some kind of more optimization or more power you can get with like a lot of endgame grinding, and for a lot of players, a lot of hunters, especially like a lot of like veteran hunters from other games, like that is what's the most fun to them, is that part. But yes, it does suck making 5 of that. Yeah, exactly. Get your meta raw farming raw set so you can cut down the time to farm a million elemental weapons. I mean, what the fuck did you think I did? I rushed high rank 45 with like switch axe. Well, more like high rank like 30 with switch axe. Then I kind of just fucking around with dual blades because it was fun. But I stopped to build like all of my truly like as optimal as I could do without more testing dual blade stuff once I had, you know, a switch axe raw set that was completely perfected. Because that's more efficient farming. Ideally, Ellie should outclass Raw, otherwise what's the point? And see, that's the thing is, yes, but Monster Hunter's almost never been like that. Like, it's almost never been like that. Like, Monster Hunter's pretty much always been, like, the fast weapons, so, like, bow, elemental bow gun, dual blades, I guess bow since World, because bow was different in, like, 4U and stuff. But, like, bow, dual blades, and bow, dual blades, and lance are pretty much like the 3 that are basically always good as elemental weapons because they hit really, really fast, and everything else is kind of cope. And then you have like elemental files on switch axe and charge blade, which is a different thing. But like, yes, elemental weapons should be better, but historically they're generally not outside of the actual elemental weapons because of how they made the system. The system is like elemental damage is in the percent multiplier. It's a separate value. That is based on per hit and the elemental coefficient of the attack. Like, yes, it should be, but it sure as hell often isn't in Monster Hunter. LEGS new meta. I'll believe it when I see it, Wilt. I'm sure you'll figure out some stupid way to do it, but I'll believe it when I see it. Already doing Fashion Hunter? Yeah, I mean, yeah, but it's because we get layered armor at high rank. I would not be wearing these pieces right now, but the robot pieces make funny sounds. The robot legs make funny sounds when you run around, and the robot waist gives you a funny lightsaber energy knife when you carve. Okay, I'm gonna show everyone who wanted to a screenshot of that now. First, we're gonna go over everything at the end anyway. Okay, finally, we have let's see, Bristol, Hungry Gore, X5, -2. Okay, yeah. So this is the one where it's the same as like this. It's basically the same as like this previous one. It's 2 Arkveld and 2 Gore, but it's a slightly different setup where if you really just don't want to run like Counter-Strike or anything like that, like you don't want to run like you just don't want to run Counter-Strike, you can't run Max Might on dual blades, you don't want to run Resent, like you just don't care about the level 2 skills at all, which is like damage loss, but like you don't have to worry about conditionals, then you can instead run this, and basically you will get 2 level 1 deco slots out of it, 1 level of weakness exploits, and I guess coalescence for free, shrug, and an evade window. So it's like you're trading out the damage potential of those 2 level 2 deco slots for like 1 more Wex, which is not bad. Built-in evade window, 2 more level 1 slots for more comfort things, and coalescence doesn't matter, but it's literally built into the pieces. So like this is going to pretty much be the comfiest Gore setup that is for like burst setups. This is just the comfiest Gore setup basically. So for this one, wait, did I equip it? Shit. Whoopsie. Yeah. This is just a comfiest Gore setup. Like, I like big funny numbers, so I prefer to run Counter-Strike, and like I mentioned earlier in the stream, I don't like running Evade Window personally. You should use it if you like it, and play however you have the most fun. I just personally have more fun not running Evade Window, because it gives me more dopamine when I perfectly iframe something if I don't have Evade Window. I'm much more like, yeah, I nailed that shit, when I don't have Evade Window, so I actively keep Evade Window off of my build. And the evade one is built into the armor piece of this. And then here are decos. Decos. And like these aren't fixed to like these decos and charms, right? Like you can swap stuff out in a lot of cases. Like for example, I have a burst charm. Oh wait, actually no, this one you fucked. But some of them you can change. You're not running any of the Odo pieces, so yeah, you kind of have to run all change rules in charm. Blast is the only element for every other weapon. Well, it's actually funny because that changed the paralyze in Wilds, because the Arsham weapons, if they're not elemental, you might as well run Paralyze, because it doesn't cost you anything to run Paralyze. Like, non-elemental weapons don't get more Roar or Affinity. You might as well just have free Paralyze on your weapon. Which is another problem with like the idea of using elemental switch axe, is like it might be more damage and you might amp faster, but you lose Paralyze, and Paralyze is funny. I'm not paralyzed, I just seem to be struck by you. I can't sing, but yeah. So this is kind of the comfiest Gore option for like burst builds, basically. And that does seem to cover everything. I wonder if I should make the Gore builds first. Might make more sense. Yeah, it probably makes more sense to put the Gore ones first, because that's how we were doing the other ones too. I actually confused myself a little bit putting the Gore ones afterwards. Like, wait a fucking second, what's happening? Okay, yeah, no, that looks good. I thought I changed the... Oh, would it be less confusing to have all of these be Wex instead? Probably. It makes the comparisons a bit easier. Oh wait, no, right, this one... Yeah, that's the Wex one. Less confusing to just have everything like Wex if it can be. Clarify at the big. Agi is better if you're like on points a lot, or if you're going over cap. It's also just less confusing because you can kind of see the immediate differences without having to like be like, wait, why is the Agi and the Wex changing? Yeah, that just makes it clearer, because I even confused myself a little bit when I... here. Right, okay, yeah. Oh, fuck, I am tired. Shit. Fuck, it is 1 o'clock. Blast and poison and shambles. So, poison has a place because foray exists. I just have not looked into foray because they're kind of a weird niche build. And yeah, I haven't looked into foray much yet. Because it's gonna be really hard to fit foray, Wex, and agitator in. Which kind of makes foray a little weird, and you have to also have high poison uptime, which you're probably gonna have to sacrifice substats on your arson weapons. But it's gonna require testing for me to see like how much uptime I can get on poison. It requires a lot more shit, so I just haven't looked into foray builds. But they do have a potential of existing with poison weapons. For the first couple sets again, yeah, I'm gonna run through these really quick. I kind of want to like maybe do an early stream tomorrow and just like quickly go over everything because I feel like I'm too tired to like really do a good job succinctly explaining everything because I want to be able to cut together a video like out of the stream, but like I'm too tired right now to like actually do it in a good pace, I feel like. Alright, anyway, let's start from the beginning. So right here we have, this is your generic best roll. Like, we're gonna cover first the meta roll sets, EFR sets. So the things that you don't, non-elemental weapons, you just beat things with a sharp or hard thing and they die. These first ones are all Gore sets, which means that they have 2-piece Gore. So you get the frenzy virus when you fight a monster. After you hit them enough times, you will get, it will cure your frenzy. You'll get additional, well, you also take extra damage when you're there, when you're in the frenzy virus. Clear it by hitting things, and then it gives you 15% affinity plus 10 from antivirus. It is bugged and only gives you 10% right now. That or the text is incorrect, but right now it's 25% total between the Gore, between frenzy's natural affinity bonus 15 and antivirus. You get 25 affinity for 10 seconds. If you can keep a good uptime on that, it is very strong. Then we have 2-piece Fulgur Anjanath, because Fulgur Anjanath gives us a little extra stamina bar. So that lets us run Max Might much more easily and realistically, and Max Might is an incredibly strong, efficient skill. It's 30% affinity for 3 level 2 slots. That's very, very good. Normally, if you don't have 2-piece Fulgur Anjanath, you can only roll once every 3 seconds and not drop Max Might. And when you lose Max Might, you have to wait until your stamina's full and wait 3 seconds for it to come back up again. Fulgur Anjanath lets you roll twice in quick succession and not burn it, and you can even roll a 3rd time like 2-ish seconds afterwards and still not lose Max Might. So it's a much more lenient, much more realistic to play with unless you're really confident you can hold your ground. So 2-piece Fulgur makes Max Might better to use. Gore Coil gives us a shitload of extra affinity, and then we fit in all of these, basically the most efficient skills. Crit Boost 5, this damage boost you can get for EFR on your weapon slots. Agitator 5, also very strong damage. Weakness Exploit 2, we only can fit 2 in there, and we can swap to either Weakness Exploit 5 or Agitator 2. They're basically equivalent, but with Gore and Max Might, you have 55% affinity, so it's very likely you can overcap. And Weakness Exploit gets a bit better than Agitator if you are hitting wounds and have a decent uptime. But once you start lowering down to like hitting things like, hitting weak points like 50-60% of the time probably, I haven't calculated the exact breakpoint, then Agitator comes out ahead. But they're very equivalent in terms of stats. But you want to make sure you're not overcapping on affinity, which is very possible with Max Might Gore. So yeah, requires you to play around conditionals. Counter-Strike requires you to get hit once every 45 seconds, or you can do an offset, or you can hit a mega barrel bomb, or some weapons counters like switch axis counters works as well. Great Sword's tackle works, and for 45 seconds you will get a massive 25%, 25 extra roll. Like, it's massive. It's such a big amount of extra number. It's generally around 10% or more damage when it's active, and it lasts 45 seconds, and realistically, you're probably gonna get hit at least once every 45 seconds anyway, and if you don't, you can still intentionally get hit because 25 raw is massive, or you can barrel bomb, or if you apply an offset weapon, you can offset, etc. You can also sub these out for any other level 2 skills you like if you don't want to play around Counter-Strike and Max Smite. These are just the two biggest damage gain ones that are conditional. And honestly, having playing with this set primarily, it's not that bad. But that's my experience and my thoughts. Next, we have the exact same, but as I mentioned, you can swap out weakness exploit for agitator instead. Exact same set though. Be sure the decos real quick too. I need to get rid of the regular handicrafts like that there. Or the regular magazine. Damn, I am tired. Cool. Wait, no, that's a plus X. But how did I even? Magazine 2. Save this. Too much effort to swap all of these over? It is, whatever. But yeah, there's the decos for this one. And you basically just swap around the Tenderizer, Challenger, decos, and Charm to get Wex 5 instead. So that's this one. Next, we have a set that gives you 2 Arcveld, which gives you a little bit of healing after hitting enough times. But this is only really good if you're confident in standing your ground, like maybe on a lance or something like that, because you don't have Fulgur and Janath to give you the extra buffer for Max Might to work. That, or you can run this if you want to swap Max Might out for other level 2 skills. It's just a noticeable damaging decrease if you do. Like upwards of like 10% if you swap it out for like utility skills. But it is still a nice option, and it gives you a little bit of extra healing when you hit things, as well as 3 level 1 deco slots, so you can slot in some extra level 1 skills you might like Speed Eater, Quick Sheath, that kind of thing. Stun Resist. So this is definitely a comfier option compared to like the previous ones. But you do lose like Max Might uptime generally. So it's slightly lower damage, if for no other reason than uptime. But it is still good, and it is an option. Now we've got the exact same thing. It also loses one agitator or weakness exploit, but yeah, that's basically the main losses for it. Then we have the exact same thing again, but this time we trade off. Turning off. The level 1 deco slots, I think. Yeah. Okay, so for this one, it's the same as the previous set. It is going to be 2 Arcveld, 2 Gore. However, we are trading off the 3 level 1 deco slots we get from the other sets, and instead we get 2 Evade Window. We also trade out Convert Element for Coalescence, but honestly, both of those were just after effects. They're just naturally on the armor pieces. They're not really particularly relevant. So you lose the level 1 comfort deco slots, but you gain 2 Evade Window, and it doesn't cost you much. Like, it's only gonna cost you like your level 1 deco slots. So that's why I wanted to include this one, because this one in particular is This one in particular is very efficient way to get evade window 2 and for very little efficiency cost. Like compared to the non-comfy regular Gore sets, you're losing one agitator and some level 1 deco slots. Like it's but for 2 evade window, that's pretty nice for people who like to play with evade window for a little extra comfort. Alright. Then after that one, we have a 2 Gore setup without the 2 Arkveld set. Basically, this is going to gain us. Compared to like the regular 2 Arkveld 2 Gore. This no Arkveld 2 Gore has an extra 1 free evade window compared to the normal Gore set. Yeah, it has an extra evade window compared to the normal Gore set, but you lose the Anjanath 2-piece bonus for the extra stamina bar. The extra small little stamina bar. So that is a trade-off you can make if you would want to have a little evade window, but you don't really want to run, but you don't care about the extra stamina bar because you're confident you don't have to dodge much, or you don't want to run max might and you want to run something different in those level 2 slots. This one gets you a little evade window in exchange for that. But yeah. Here is set. Wait a second, am I on the right one? Fuck. Not on the right one. I am good at this. Very, very good streamer. But yeah. So those are the... Here are the decos. And of course, you can swap out the tenderizers, the weakness exploit with agitator if you so choose, depending on which, or the percent differences are between them in calculations is like infinitesimally small. It doesn't matter. Often sub 1% per change sort of thing. Okay, and then the final... Then we have our final... We have our final Gore sets. So... This one is going to be a Gore set without Max Might. Like, if you just want to get rid of Max Might entirely, but you want to keep Counter-Strike or some other set of 3 level 2s in there. Because you just don't want to deal with Max Might at all, right? This is more efficient than simply slotting in stuff into the other ones, because this one instead will get you 2 extra levels of Agitator or Wex, depending on what you want. You can see we have Agitator 5 and Wex 4 in this setup. So you're trading off those 3 level 2 slots you get for you would normally run for Max Might, and you get 2 Weakness Exploit or 2 Agitator, which is generally worth it unless you especially if you're gonna run like if you're going to run quality of life or like comfort decos in there, but you still want to do damage, you just don't want to deal with Max Might. I forget to click on it again. Nope. Okay. But here is the set. And here are the decos. And of course, you can swap out this Wex deco with an Agitator deco if you prefer to have Wex 5. But just be careful that you don't overcap on affinity, because you can only go up to 100%. Nothing happens past that. And it's harder with this because you don't have Max Might, but it's still possible. It's also important to keep in mind, too, that if you want to run Corrupted Mantle, which I do because it's funny, you get 10 affinity from Corrupted Mantle at the start, and then once you hit the enemy enough, it scales up until it hits 30% affinity. At which point, like, you're overcapping really hard in a lot of cases. That's why you'll see speedrunners won't often run a lot of Weakness Exploit. They'll prioritize Agitator and other things, because they're generally gonna kill something in the duration of, like, it's that Corruption Mantle. So they have an extra 30% affinity, so Wex is less valuable for them. Okay. And then here's the exact same thing again. But we are sacrificing a little bit of efficiency for evade window 2. What in the hell are we trading off? Oh. Man, evade window pieces are so weird. Okay, so let me make this less confusing by real quick. Fucking confused me as well. Okay. Yeah, now it's way more obvious what the difference is. Okay, so basically, this is us trading 2 level 1 deco slots for evade window 2. It's actually a really good trade. It's a really good trade. But you know, if you really value having like stun resist 3 or like gobbler 3 for like quickly drinking potions and stuff, might not be worth it. And like I said, I don't like running evade window personally, so I would never use this one, but it's a really good trade to lose 2 level 1 slots for evade window 2. Hi Givey, glad to see you. Sorry, I'm trying to like run through these super fast. But yeah, so here is the set. Yeah, 2 evade window for 2 level 1 slots is really good efficiency. It's just only if you want to run evade window, or you don't, or you like don't, and you don't have like level 1 decos you really value getting in there, squeezing in somehow. Like I said earlier, I do have some sets with evade window in them. I didn't really do that a lot for previous games because it was not worth the trade-off. But as you've seen with these sets, with the armor pieces we have right now, you can lose very minimal damage efficiency and get like 2 evade window. Like, it's very minor damage loss for 2 evade window, which is pretty good, honestly. Like, it makes it worth throwing them off because you have to use completely different armor pieces to make it work. Alright. That is it for all the Gore 2-piece sets. Because 2-piece Gore is just very meta, basically. It's... if you can keep good damage uptime, like do a lot of damage in the 1 minute window, and then also keep hitting the monster a lot, so you go through, you cure the next frenzy really fast, and have just generally good uptime on it, it is an incredibly strong. And that's why you will see literally every speedrunner run Gore 2 in some way or the other. And a lot of like meta chasing players or like very fast clearing, fast farming hunters will often run Gore 2. But it is a bit of a pain in the ass because you have to deal with a frenzy thing, and when you are frenzied, you take extra damage. And then you don't get any affinity or stat bonuses until you cure the frenzy, which requires you to hit things a certain number of times. Okay. I must be tired. I was throwing on pressing the screenshot buttons on your phone. I mean, it's fine. You can always just watch the VOD. The VOD's going to exist. Alright. Next up, we have similar sets, but... Huh? Why is there a burst set in here? Did I overwrite one of my fucking builds on accident? Motherfucker. Motherfucker. God damn it. Alright. I know how to fix this, it's just annoying. Overcapping on it. First one, yeah, we have to sacrifice an Aegean. Yeah, no, that's, yep, that's the best I get. Alright. Okay. Now we are on to non-Gore sets. So if you really don't feel like dealing with Gore, this is pretty much gonna be your best possible setup for, like, just raw EFR based, like, hit the thing with sharp or big thing damage. Let me switch these, because I dislike that showing off, else. But yeah. My fucking god, what? Oh, why am I using plus blaze? This is so scuffed. Okay, this is speeding things up for tomorrow's gorilla stream where I just talk about this shit for half an hour and leave. Smile. Okay. So this is no Gore. This is going to be no Gore, but we're fitting in as much weakness exploit and agitator as we can. Again, you can trade, which is level 5. You can trade, which is level 5. If you hit weak points like at least like 70-80% of the time, and also hit wounds a few times, it probably edges out agitator slightly. But if you whiff on weak points more than that, then agitator probably takes ahead. They're very close. It's kind of just preference which one you prefer. But this one also comes with a 2-piece Fulgur Anjanath, which means that we get that extra little stamina bar for Max Might to work well. And then we run Burst 1 like we always do, because it's a huge amount of extra raw for a single level 3 deco slot. And then we still have Counter Strike and Max Might, but of course you can swap those out. Or at least you can swap them out for some other things. However, with this particular setup, you have to run at least one Max Might, so you might as well run all 3. This is really meant to be a Max Might setup. Counter Strike, though, you can swap out for other things if you don't like playing with Counter Strike. But again, if you each it once every 45 seconds, you get 25 extra raw. It's insane. $25 raw attack is a lot. Next up. Next up, we have the exact same kind of a setup, but again, this is if you're confident you can stand your grounds with Max Might, or you just don't want to run Max Might and you want to run different level 2 decos in here. You drop the Fulgur Anjanath, so it becomes very uncomfy to run Max Might well. But in exchange for dropping the 2 Fulgur Anjanath set bonus, you get 3 level 1 deco slots that you can use for whatever the hell you want. So if you really want to have, like, stun resistance, you want to have Divine Blessing, you want to have Speed Eater, any of those, this is kind of the best one to go for, and you can sub the Mighty decos, the Max Might decos for whatever level 2s you prefer. Yeah. And you can also see that the Talisman is also level 2, so you can sub this out for any other Talisman you want to run instead. This is probably the best, like, general flexible set. Like, if you want to do big damage, but you want to have flexibility in what skills you slot in, this is basically your best bet. Just make sure you keep the Burst 1 on the deco here, And you can swap out the level 2 decos, level 1 deco slots, and the talisman for whatever you want. Unfortunately, you will still only ever be able to get 4 of either Agitator or Wex because we just don't have an extra level 1 deco slot on here. But this also gives you 2 Arcveld for a little bit of healing anytime you hit things enough times. Yeah, this is going to be the one that's kind of just recommended for... This is the most generic meta set, I guess is the best way to put it. If you want flexibility in putting in different skills, this one's generally going to work the best for you. And also, I need to change these fucks again. Okay, that actually looks good now. But yeah, this one, by far the most flexible. Don't have to run Gore. Can swap out Counter-Strike or Max Smite for whatever you feel like. And you have 5 level 1 deco slots to play around with for quality of life stuff. Or utility skills. If I were to say, hey, recommend like a set to all your buds or whatnot, all your buds just ask like, hey, what's like a good set? This is probably the one I would just generally speaking recommend. A lot of flexibility. You will need some decos and stuff, but if they have access to them, like, this is the most flexible option. I did not mean to leave. Now we have one that sacrifices the other row of like 3 level 2 skills, so like Counter-Strike or Max Smite or whatever else you slot in there instead, in order to get 1 more Agitator and 1 more Burst. If there aren't level 2 decos you care about or have access to, then this is the general best, like random option, basically. Let me swap these, it's confusing. Change this out because I shouldn't have any like 3-1s on these example sets, it's confusing. But yeah, this is the otherwise like best generic set. You can swap out the level 2 decos for whatever you want. If you can run, the best options are still going to be Max Smite or Counter-Strike, but any level 2 decos you can slot in there. If you want to have like Stamina Surge, you want to have like Mushroom Mancer, whatever, that is still an option, and you will get to max out Weakness Exploit and Agitator and Crit Boost and get Burst 2, because Burst 2 isn't very good, but there's literally nothing else we can do about it. Like there's you could, I guess technically, you could run a Burst deco in here. Run a Burst deco in here, and then change this to whatever the fuck you want. But you will lose the Agitator, because if you do this, you lose an Agitator you lose a Burst and gain less efficiency. Like, you're wasting an Agitator. So, yeah. Generally speaking, you can just run Burst 2 with Agi. Yeah. Like, you're literally gaining nothing. You're just losing a Burst doing that. So, if you want, though, you can lose an Agitator, throw in a Burst, and use whatever charm you want. Every talisman you want. Another very good generic pick your own skills sort of thing, but it hits the really important ones like Crit Boost, Weakness Exploit, and Agitator. And then we have at least 1 level of Burst, also very important. Finally, we have... Oh yeah, I guess also this is a hungry set, so it does have the 2-piece Arcveld, which is nice. We don't really, like... If we aren't running other set bonuses, we don't really lose anything running double Arcveld, because these are just 2 of the most efficient pieces in the entire game. Like, I'm not even intentionally putting Arcveld in here, it's just that there really isn't better options that gain you much of anything. And then, yeah, this is the exact same set again, but with... it's the exact same set again, but with with Counter-Strike instead. So it's really just to show off Counter-Strike with this max mine. I don't even think I need to keep play. But yeah, these are various levels of like. Ugh, I hate that. They need to all be in the same, otherwise it's confusing. But yeah, I mean, if anyone didn't catch any of this, like, I will try to squeeze in a quick little stream tomorrow earlier on in the day, because I want to get like a good short summary of going through all of these that I can cut together for a video. So I'll probably just do that earlier on tomorrow before D&D happens and stuff. But yeah, so this one is... just less confused. All have the same thing. Okay, cool. I think I showed the decos for this one, but just in case. Fine. We move on the burst sets. Alright. Then we have finally burst sets. So burst sets are what we use for elemental weapons instead. These sets have been optimized to fit as many of the good skills as possible, but I don't feel right saying that I am sure they are the best, because that would require me to have a lot more testing done on the weapons because of how elemental damage works in this game. I would have to know basically the motion value, so how much physical damage each attack does, and how much the elemental coefficient, how much elemental damage they do for every attack in every single basic combo or damage rotation of theirs, to confidently say this combination does more damage than this. And then also have to match that up to multiple monsters who are weak to the element, which is a thing I can do and have done in the past, but I ain't got time for that right now. So these are just the ones that fit in the most good skills. Alright, so first off, we have the 2-piece Doggo, 2-piece Gore. Ebony Odegaron gives you 3 extra raw attack and extends the timer of burst before it runs out, and from you not hitting things while you're in burst. So it's a little extra bonus, not super important, it's not huge like Guardian Anjanats is for Max Might, but it's pretty good. This is what I run on my dual blades. Because like I said, this fits in the most good skills possible, but I don't have the data to properly calculate and say 100% this is better than some other weird combination. But yeah, so this is the build. 2-piece Odo, 2-piece Gore. Gore gives us a bunch of crits. And then we have Counter-Strike, because very big roll multiplier. If you don't like Counter-Strike, sub in any other level 2 decos you want, because they're all in deco slots. And in this case, we're using Weakness Exploit. We're using Weakness Exploit 5. However, we can swap out these decos and the Charm and run 1 Weakness Exploit and 4 Agitator instead. Generally, like before, the difference between the two is really small. But Wex comes out more and more ahead the more times you attack wound, as well as the more times that you as well as the more often you hit weak. But Agitator's a bit more consistent, and also you might end up hitting over 100% affinity with this setup, depending on how much on your weapon. Or if you're using Corruption Mantle, is kind of the bigger thing. Oh yeah. And you might be wondering, why are we using crit boost on dual blades? That's because from me testing in a few hunts with overlays, and I can't guarantee how accurate the overlays are, but doing a few hunts to ballpark, similar to previous games, dual blades seem to deal about 70%, give or plus or minus a 10% or so physical raw damage, and the rest is elements. So at a 70-30 split, critical boost is still very good, even if it doesn't make elemental damage do more. And apparently, it's been tested by other theory crafters. Crit element sucks in this game. Like, it just does not do good numbers. It's not worth using. So we use crit boost instead. Ideally, you use Arshan weapons here that you have like at least 2 sharpness substats for, so you don't have to worry about decos. Like, you don't have to worry about sharpness mitigation skills. However, if you don't have that, then you can just swap. You can sub in for the 3rd critical deco, just like a handicraft or something. Handicraft, razor sharp, whatever. But yeah, at the very least, for the armor, this is basically going to be the most crammed in good skills we can throw in there. Weapons, on the other hand, I guess kind of depending on the weapon you're using. If you don't have Arshan, kind of just prioritize getting elements in, as all 3 levels of element into your weapon, and then whatever crit boost slam in there, or sharpness stuff if you need it. Unlike with EFR sets, elemental, the like decos choices kind of matter a bit more. But yeah, elements priority, then crit boost or sharpness if you need it. Okay, next up is... Am I running... What is better for a later game, dual blades, paralysis, or blast? The answer is element. Like I said, dual blades does roughly... It's been the same in the previous games too. It's always in the range of like 70, 30, plus or minus 5 or 10%. So if you run paralysis or blast dual blades, you're missing 20 to 40% of your damage. Because you don't gain anything from running running paralysis or blast, other than paralysis and blast. Like your raw attack doesn't get higher, especially with Arshan weapons. So like you're missing that much of your damage running paralysis or blast on dual blades. Out of the 2, paralysis will be better because at least it stops the thing from moving, and blast isn't that impressive of a status. But the answer really is element. Is Flare any good? It's bugged as hell. There's a link to Lord Vietna's channel, who has done a bunch of testing of things, in the description of the stream or VOD. Go watch his video about the bug skills, because it's bugged to fuck right now. Alright. I lost track of where the fuck I was. So we just covered this one, right? Yes. Okay, that's 2-piece Odo. Yeah, this is 2-piece Odo. This is it without... This is if you don't want to run Odo. This is if you don't want to run Odo. You lose the Odo Garam bonus and gain like the... I lost my place. Okay, yeah. You lose Odo Garam bonus and you gain 3 level 1 deco slots. So if you don't really care about the 3 roll and the boost, and you'd rather have like 3 level 1 deco slots for stun resist, you don't need flinch free on dual blades at least, because Demon Mode has it innately. You want to have speed eater, wide range, whatever, then you use this instead because it gets you those extra deco slots. Here's the gear. Here are the deco. Wait, is 2-point flare a damage boost? Because it doesn't really... I mean, it makes you have wounds faster, but it doesn't really increase your damage at all. Other than, like, getting more wound damage, which is decent. But like the non-elemental damage from Flare isn't like a percentage increase or damage or anything. It just occasionally you get a little pop of like an extra burst of physical damage, and it's fixed. Like it's gonna be hard to beat 4-piece Gore. Well, right now the meta is 2-piece Gore, because Gore doesn't have enough good pieces that the 4 pieces it. You lose too much skill efficiency running the 3rd and 4th piece of Gore, that you're better off running 2-piece, because the 10 raw you get afterwards doesn't compete with the extra skills you get using pieces. And if you rewind the VOD by like, I don't know, 15 minutes, probably, you'll see all of the Gore sets that 15-20 minutes, you'll see all the Gore sets that I went through, and they're more efficient than the 4-piece. You do more damage to wounds? I thought doing more damage to wounds was part breaker. Flare just makes the wounds open faster and have the little fixed damage explosion. Oh wait, it's that bugged? They bugged it so much that it doesn't even do the faster wound thing, it just does more damage to wounds. What is going on with this skill? Yeah, I watched Vietnam's video, but I guess a lot of the information has kind of escaped my very dry, tired brain right now. Okay, next up. We have... Next up, we have a set that you basically trade off trade off a weakness exploit, but you get 2-piece Arkveld for a little healing when you hit things a bunch of times. It's not a huge amount of healing, but healing is still healing, so it's a bit more comfy if you want that extra comfort, and you get to keep all of your level 1 deco slots, and even get another one. Yeah, so basically we're just trading out the headpiece for Arc Vulcan in this case, and it gives you a little extra healing, and then you also have 4 level 1 deco slots to slot in your favorite level 1 deco. We love wide range Mushroom Mancer style. Why not run Coalescence? Because I haven't really done much testing on how good Coalescence is. But 25 raw from Counter-Strike is bigger regardless. 25 raw is a lot. Like, on a dual blade set like this, that's over a 10% damage boost to your physical damage, so like at least a 7-8+% damage boost. A lot of your damage is still physical raw damage. So because Counter-Strike is really strong. If you don't want to play Counter-Strike, though, Coalescence is an option. I just don't know how good it is. And also, odds of Coalescence being bugged, also yes. I don't know how good it is. And even if I knew exactly how much it increased your element by, I still don't know how good it is. Because we don't have the data to do proper elemental calculations. They're much more complicated. Until we have, like, potion values and elemental coefficients, the best we can do is just ballpark. It's probably 70-30. It's probably 80-20, 85-20, or like 75-25. Like, that's the best we can do right now, because we don't have the data. We need to like actually accurately figure it out. Okay, after that one, we have another hungry set, but this one is trading out. Ah, yes, I see. So this one trades out Counter-Strike or Coalescence or whatever level 2 slot 3 decos you want to put in, and it trades it out for 1 last level of weakness exploits and 1 evade window and a random Coalescence. Oh, sorry, you lose 2 of them. You lose 2 of the 2 slots, so you would lose 2 Counter-Strike, or you could fit in, yeah, you lose Counter-Strike or 2 whatever level 2 you wanted in there, but you gain a weakness exploit, an evade window, and a Coalescence, which again, I do not know how good or shit it is. And also is probably bugged because so many of these things are. But yeah, you retain the Arc Vulcan 2-piece. You regain the Arc Vulcan 2-piece for a little extra healing. You lose 2 levels of Counter-Strike or whatever. You get an extra level of Coalescence, but I don't know how good it is. And an Evade window, and a Wex. It's a pretty decent trade-off overall, honestly. I still prefer Counter-Strike because it's so much damage boost and it lasts 45 seconds. But this is definitely a good option too if you don't have level 2 decos you really want to run. You'd just rather have the extra weakness exploit and Evade window. No equivalent of health augment, no. 2-piece Arc Veld is the closest we have, and it doesn't heal you that much. 2-piece Guardian Arc Veld also heals you a bit more on, like, breaking a... But no, they got rid of health augment, and I do not want it back. I am very happy we don't have health augment anymore. I mean, I know a lot of people liked it, but I just didn't really like what it did to, like... I don't like what it did to sets, especially, and I don't really like what it did to, like, optimal play. If that makes sense. Because the biggest issue was, like, the biggest issue with, health augment is it made peak performance a really important skill. But that caused a lot of, like, discourse of, like, well, what uptime can you really keep it? Like, even if you're healing and all that. But the biggest issue was health augment with Rocksteady. Health augment with Rocksteady was basically the most efficient way to play, and it was kind of boring. Especially with heavy bowgun clusters. I did a lot of heavy bowgun clusters with Rocksteady Mantle and health augment because it let me farm decos faster, and I disliked that. I just am not a fan of health augment plus Rocksteady combination. It kind of feels like it also, like, in a way, it feels like to me, it defeats, like, the points and, like, fun of monster hunts. Because if you can just not get hit, not care about getting hit by anything, and just keep healing, and just basically go straight Unga and pay no attention to the monster, you're not really fighting the monster anymore, you know? To me, a lot of the fun of Monster Hunter is, like, learning, like, seeing and learning the monster's moves and learning what to do in response to that with your weapon and, like, the back and forth of you fighting the monster. But with Rocksteady Health Augment, you're not really fighting the monster. You're just beating on it and hope it doesn't kill you more than you could heal off of it. Like, I wasn't a fan of Rocksteady and Health Augment. I don't mind Rocksteady now because we don't have Health Augment, so you have to chug potions. But I do not think that Rocksteady and Health Augment was very healthy for the game. Kept them end the fights rather than bringing the fights to a halt, and kept skill issue, I know, but small damage puzzle. Yeah, like, the thing is, I wouldn't mind health augment without Rocksteady existing. It's the combination that was the problem. Wait for Slayer to be debugged plus Rocksteady. I mean, it's an option. 2-piece Guardian Arc Veiled will give you a little bit of extra healing, but it's nothing like health augment was. Like, health augment just healed you a good chunk of damage anytime you hit something, so it, like I said, it turned fights from being, like, you interacting with the monster to you spamming your best combos on the monster and praying it doesn't do more damage than you can heal. And that's just not fun or healthy, but also was the most efficient way for a lot of people to fight. What the fuck was I? Right. Okay. So, in this case, we can get rid of those level 2 deco slots that we liked, that we had there. Oh, level 1 deco slots, sorry. We can get rid of 3 of them, so, in exchange to get Evade Window 2 with this setup. Not a very big trade, like, a pretty fair trade, honestly. All of your skills otherwise stay exactly the same. Oh, wait a second. No, this is the fucking Mac. Wait a second. Huh? I have lost my place. I put the wrong skill. I put the wrong set. Okay, ignore everything I just said. Fuck, I am too tired for this shit right now. Okay. So, yeah, that was the last set. So, this one... So this one is a 2-piece Odo with... What is it? This. Oh, right. We lose Gore. Sorry. I need to change the name of this. Okay. So this is what our set looks like with Gore on it, right? If we pull off Gore because you don't feel like dealing with Gore Magala 2-piece and Frenzy Virus, basically we can gain like... Of the Odo set, we gain 2 Agitator and 2 level 1 slots. That's about it. You don't get a lot from ditching Gore because Gore is really good. So you get 2 Agitator and 2 level 1 slots. But if you don't feel like dealing with Gore, this is cramming in the most good skills in there, basically. Yep. These are literally the same as the 2 above them. What the fuck was I... I literally made the same sets again with different weapons in them. Jesus. But yeah, this is going to be... Motherfucker. Yeah. If you don't run Gore and you want to run the 2-piece Odo, this is basically the best, like, efficiency you put in. Also gets you 2 level 1 deco slots, which ain't bad. If you want like a generic burst build, this is basically gonna be it. You can also swap out the weakness exploit for Agitator if you want, depending on, you know, your confidence hitting weak points as well as how much affinity you have, because if you overcap, then weakness exploit is worse anyway. And... fuck? That's my butt. And here are the decos. But yeah, this, if you don't want to run Gore, you get 2 Agitator, which is not bad. But there's a reason why we run 2 Gore. Like, what does it give you again, Agitator? So 8 attack and 5% affinity is not bad, but it's not comparable to 25% affinity and increased healing. And yeah, swap out Wex for Agitator however you want, because you can swap out the Charm or Decos. Or the Charm, rather. The Charm out if you want to. Yeah, and then otherwise, when I was looking into it, I mean, if you're running a burst set, you don't really gain much of anything from dropping 2-piece Odo, because there aren't really more efficient pieces for chains, for like burst setups. The only reason we could drop it before is because dropping 2-piece Odo with Gore lets us change up our Gore setup. Right? Like, for this one, where we don't have the... Wait a second. Sec. I feel like I did check this one, but Rain is tired and wants to... What's the... Vulcan... Legs... X, we probably... Well, let's see if we can... what we can fix. Okay, we do need all... Don't need the wax stuff. So I guess agitator, antivirus. Make sure I check this one. Save it for like gaslighting myself. Sure, I'm sane right now. Wait, why would I have sane? This doesn't have. Huh. Bro, we lose out on a level 2 deco, a level 2 slot. Holy shit, this is a lot of level 1 slots. What the fuck? How does this compare? Holy shit. I guess this is the comfier one, Smile? I guess it's the comfier one. Can't do the evade window 2 bullshit because when thing. Yeah, okay, well. If you really want level 2, level 1 decos, you lose a counter-strike and an agitator, but you gain so many level 1 deco slots. There's fucking 7 of them here. So if you really like level 1 decos on dual blades, there you go. First the holy decos. Okay, yeah, so that exists. Yeah, that exists. Ta-da. Holy shit, that's really funny. I'm not. I think my. Yeah, no, it is the Gore. That's what. Yeah, there's really no way to efficiently like add in evade window without just straight subbing level 2 slots. But yeah, so I guess this is also an option. You just want fucking all the level 1 decos. Costs you a counter strike or other level 2 skill, and costs you agitator, but get so many level 1 decos. That's enough for wide range 5 and then like 2 speed eating. If you want to do dumb SNS support spam stuff, that's probably the setup to do with. Oh, yeah, could be. I mean, SNS would probably still be better with a raw. Well, if you're doing elemental SNS, yeah. Yeah, so I guess if you're doing elemental SNS and you want to do support build, this exists. Swap out the counter jewel for the 2 counter jewels for like Mushroom Mancer, I guess. Wide range 5, speed eating 2, mile. Are there even that many good level 1 armor decos? Not really, main. Although it depends what you mean by good, right? Like, a lot of people really value, like, things like stun resists, things like, I mean, flinch free is probably important for weapons that don't have it built in. Just literally every weapon I play has built-in flinch free. Yeah, people like stun resist. There are some good, they did put a good stamina skills on there, so like marathon runner and constitution are on level 1 skills, so you can like have really good stamina economy with those. So actually, I guess on the point of dual blades, this would let you fit in like marathon runner, or like constitution 5 and 2 marathon runners, which is pretty good. I don't personally like. My personal experience has been I don't really need any stamina skills to play new dual blades, because the reason why I like dual blades so much now is they made it like 7 times more complex and skill expressive, and a big part of that skill expression is making use of the new very strong stance switch combos to stamina manage. So like I basically never have to worry about stamina if I'm playing well, and that's what I really like about the new dual blades, is that it has that. On top of that, the stance switch combos also have like built in, so you can use them to continue DPSing while you dance around hitboxes if there are attacks you don't have the iframe. Because there's a lot of attacks in the game where you can kind of dance around them with like movement. So dual blades is really good at that, but also just yeah. I personally like the only stamina management I personally run is I'll eat for like black belt low with my food. But that's it. I don't run any constitution or anything like that because you don't need to with like clean enough play anymore. And like you're like because you like actively your best combos on dual blades actively recover stamina. So as long as you're managing that well, the only time you really like can burn a lot of stamina is when you're trying to build up your first archdemon, or when you're trying to like refresh archdemon and you fuck up. Because you can only increase your demon gauge to get more archdemon with by being in demon mode, and you're constantly putting stamina in that mode. But as long as you can keep that demon gauge management up, you can swap between the two stances and even spend a lot of time in. They'll do good things. It's a fun weapon now. I really like it. It used to be like a 2-option binary weapon of like, do I hit triangle 3 times or do I use demon dance? And do I wait for my stamina to come back up? But now you get like you actively are supposed to stance switch, and that gives you stamina management potential. We're doomed to use double crit boost on weapon? Yep. Crit boost cannot be a sub roll for a weapon deco, unfortunately. Every data mine I've seen shows they don't exist. We just have to run crit boost 6 mile. It's still more efficient than anything else, sadly, other than offensive guard, though. And offensive guard is weird, because, like, you'd think it'd be good on Charge Blade, but it lasts 12 seconds. And Charge Blade with Savage Axe playstyle is almost never in Sword and Shield mode. And it doesn't count on... it doesn't count as a perfect guard if it's on a guard point. It's dumb. So, like, it's not very good on Charge Blade unless you're doing, like, SAED style, and even then, the monster has to, like, attack you once every 12 seconds and not just be, like, fucking flinching from absurd elemental file damage numbers. Although, maybe it not triggering offensive guard on guard point was a training area issue. Now that I think about it, I didn't ever test it in live, because I play Cabbage Axe. I like spinny sword and spinny axe. So I'm very rarely in sword and shield mode and charge blade. I'm mostly just rolling around with a giant fucking spinny axe and swinging at the things. Fuck, it is 2 o'clock. Okay. Running offensive guard / guard instead on GS, but uptime is too short. You don't got that much. I do know there is a playstyle that uses offensive guard on GS. Like, as I understand, Wilt can probably explain it better if they're still in the chat, because Wilt's the one who does it. But as I understand, you like run around, sheath, and then you like sheath, and then like you sheath to perfect block. Like you draw your block out. You press R2, I guess. And you block as like to unsheath and perfect guard, and then you get to use the perfect guard follow-up attack, and apparently crit draw applies to that. And offensive guard, which is kinda nuts. And because you have tackles, you can also run Counter-Strike very easily, because it lasts 45 seconds. You got plenty of time to do Counter-Strike in between these. Apparently it's very strong. I don't play GS, you'd have to ask Will. Yeah, according to Wilt, it does. According to Wilt, crit draw does apply to the after perfect guard attack. I haven't tested it, but that's what he says. It promotes a run into things perfect guard playstyle. Yeah, Greatsword's a very different weapon now, from what I understand. Like, Greatsword is no longer old school Greatsword. Get TC the perfect guard? I guess. I don't know. I don't play Greatsword. Because, like, especially if Greatsword is much more of, like, a offset counter and, like, perfect guard weapon, that is less fun to me than, like, funny TPS tackle shenanigans from back in the day. It will probably be one of the more, like, weapons I pick up, I'm just still enjoying my main 3 right now so much, and I still am not close to the feeling, so I'm gonna be playing those for a long time. A long time. Yeah, a lot of weapons are really different, which is interesting. And I am very curious about a lot of them. I don't know if I'm ever going to pick up ranged weapons, because I don't want to play them on the controller, but I also don't want to learn mouse and keyboard for this game, because it's a pain in the ass. And, like, I never really liked bowgun that much. It was fun. Spread was funny. Rolled an Iceborne because it's funny to just damage lock a monster in the face. I liked bow, but them making tracers so good on bow has made it much less interesting to me. What I liked about bow was optimal DPS being get in the fucking face of the monster and just bury spread shots into their weak points, their face, right? You get close so that you can have all the arrows land in the same hit zone. That's what I liked about playing bow, but apparently with tracers being so fucking optimal, it just makes me sad and makes me want even less to like learn mouse and keyboard controls for this game. Yeah, you also get the chance of doing offset when you... Yeah, that would be nice. That would be nice. Cries in Switch Axe offset that has like 2 seconds of wind up until it can offset. Fucking hell. Switch Axe offset is so awkward to use unless you're super familiar with the fight. And then Charge Blade doesn't even get an offset because we quote-unquote have a shield, so we get power clash, which is pretty cool, but I'd much rather offset monsters with my gigantic fucking axe. Yeah, I'm also gonna cry about the lack of offset on Charge Blade. It is a very sad moment. But yeah, that would be all of the thing. And then we have my actual sets I use that also have like the combo decos, the naked ones to make the sets less confusing. Actually, I don't think this one is old. It was me fucking around with some option. Oh yeah, this was me fucking around with Coalescence and not being very impressed. Anecdotally, I haven't been impressed by Coalescence, but like I said, I can't calculate the values, and probably bugged as well. Until I can calculate the values, it's hard to say, but when I was running it, I just was not particularly impressed. But I'm also comparing that to, like, fucking... I'm comparing that to Counter-Strike, so that's probably not a fair comparison. Let me make sure I'm not crazy and I'm actually running. Actually running this set, I think. X5, verse 5, Counter-Strike, and... Yep, okay. I'm not crazy. I did not gaslight myself that badly. Why gaslight myself? I'm gonna have my ex do it for me. Haha! Smile. I'll just throw my fucking fire switch axe on here. Why the fuck not? Best bolt? Probably. Bolt enhancer, bolt handicraft. Handicraft's definitely better. Focus, shield. Let's go! Let's get some guard up on my dual blades. But yeah, everyone, that's all the sets. I want to try to record, like... I will try to pop in early tomorrow night and do a quick stream to go over them all again when I'm less tired, so that we can have a bit more of a condensed version and I can cut that together to be like a video or something. But also, just to go back, like, it would be nicer for us to have like a much shorter stream covering all the sets that isn't involving a lot of testing and changing things up and finalizing, right? Because this is gonna be a fucking 5-hour VOD, and no one's gonna want to fucking watch 5 hours to be like what are best armor and deco things to do. And I wouldn't want them to do that either. I appreciate all of y'all being here, but I don't want people to feel like they have to watch a several-hour VOD. I was planning on the stream being like 2 or 3 hours, and I had to do extra crunching and shit. Whatever, show. It was fun. Now I need to make sure that my shits aren't growing. I guess razor sharp. Best I got. Ugh, wait, I forgot. This set has 2 Constitution built into it. I dislike that. I don't like that. But I literally lose damage not running Constitution. Oh, por qué? Por qué? I literally lose damage not running Constitution. This is bullshit. Ah, fuck you, Gore Coil. Fuck you. Fine, I'll run 2. The older, less efficient set I was running didn't run Constitution, and I don't know. Since I don't need to run it, I like to not run it. It's more fun for me to be like, ooh, I have to work with the trains, but no. I don't want to lose that much damage. I know most people will be like, ooh, I get Constitution for free. What a nice bonus. But no, I'm a psychopath. I'm like, I don't want it. I don't want the help. Let me suffer on my own. Thanks as always for chunking numbers for us. Yeah, of course. I mean, I enjoy doing it. It's just I have limited time and energy. I really didn't intend for this stream to be 5 hours either. Holy shit. Fuck. I was thinking of like doing a hunt to end the stream, but I'm probably too tired and I'm just going to embarrass myself. Smile. Also, I still need to do fucking ZZC things. Fuck, I missed all my dailies because it's 2:10 now. God damn it. I'm such a bad gacha player since this game fucking came out. Let me just check the child real quick and see if he has more goods to ferry to me. Oh my god. I just cleared this out. We've been doing this for so long, I've gotten 10 days worth of stuff. Game. Or 5 days worth of stuff in game. Christ.
Would you like to trade something? Goodbye.
Okay, yeah, no, I mean, the child has helped me get stuff. Let me just see if there's any good investigation. I mean, that's good. Or, but I'm pretty sure I have better. Yeah, it's not really. Is it? Did I get like a really dope investigation to help a friend farm something? I think I did. Oh yeah, I got this because we didn't have any Guardian Anjanaths. And like a friend did it to farm it, so I was like, well, this is randomly on my fucking map. Yeah, it's not a good investigation. It's not that good, but I'll keep it. I'll keep one of these. It's a pretty fun fight, but Jinahad's just so inefficient to farm because the hunt just takes long compared to other ones. Ugh. With Donna is my least favorite fight, but this is a guaranteed gem, so I gotta keep it. I just keep this. I don't need beast gems, but I can trade them in, and I sometimes guardian parts, like guardian parts too. God damn, that is a good one. That's so good for a single. Oh yeah, I promised HCCS I'd do this one with him. I'm not allowed to do it until we play together. I put Gore's ass. I don't know. Anyway, let me save this one. Well, actually, that's more than decent. That's solid. Okay. Alright, that's it. I'm gonna go log on to ZZ and finish my event content now. But thanks for joining us, everyone. I hope you liked the sets and enjoyed it. You can always go back to the VOD and rewind if you want to find a specific one. I try to give time for screenshotting and everything, but you know. I am not going to like screenshot it and make an album at the current moment. Try to record a thing tomorrow that I can cut into a video to just leave up and be like, hey, check this out. Because if I'm gonna put in the efforts for that kind of thing, I might as well do like a stream for it, you know? More fun. Looking forward for the video a few days later. Yeah, I mean, I will want to cut it together. We'll see. At the very least, if I make the stream short, it's something to watch. But I do want to try to cut it together. I also want to fuck around more with making shorts. Because ever since I got into, like, VTubers, it's been really fun watching VTuber shorts. Like, Rin does a lot of really good shorts. I'm like, that is fun. I want to do that, but that is editing as well. I don't want to do editing right now. Alright, anyway, it's been fun, guys. Thanks for joining us. I hope that you learned something or got some neat sets or enjoyed your time and all of those things. I talked a lot. I yapped a lot. I did not expect this to take this long, but I kept fucking yapping. I think I repeated, like, why Burst 1 is good, like, 7 times this stream. And I think I'm pretty sure I talked about Agitator versus Wex, like, 15 times this stream. Okay. Looking forward for the however too. True. There's definitely gonna be a however when I explain Agitator versus Wex. But yeah. Alright, anyway, it's been fun, guys. Bye.